Sunrise. We trust this to happen every morning. Each day in a bit different way. And in each country of the world at a different time. But it is always there to greet the new day. The way it lights up the roads and bridges that connect people is amazing. The same roads we walk step by step on every day to go to work or pick up our kids from kindergarten, and the bridges we cross to get to each other. The infrastructure of the 21st century is already a masterpiece. But it is not only about roads and bridges, but ever more about the ways we collect, transfer, and store data. We as humans have the power to manage data, control it, share it, pass it forward and collect it back again from new heights, create order on its playground. And this is a privilege. It's a responsibility, an honor, because this builds our digital tomorrow. And by empowering it, we map the digital future of our children, so they could live in a world where digital networks are human-centric, like-minded countries share and exchange data daily. Digital ecosystems are borderless and based on constant learning. Synergy exists between science, information technology, and policy for innovation to succeed. Investments in those systems, services, and infrastructure are future-proof, and we have the power to face even worldwide pandemic with digital unity that makes a difference. This is trusted connectivity. Every sunrise lights new opportunities to take it to the next level. Today is no exception. Welcome to Tallinn Digital Summit. Please meet your host, Mr. Lukas Ilves.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th Tallinn Digital Summit. Today, I will be your guide through a set of discussions at the intersection of technology, business, and politics. Now, our tradition of digital summits started back in 2017 with the EU Digital Summit, the first time that European heads of government met exclusively to talk about digital transformation. The driving idea behind these digital summits is that successfully navigating the opportunities and the risks of the digital revolution requires the commitment and the unity of top leaders in politics, business, and in the tech community. And today's conclave illustrates that idea. Executing a strategy of trusted connectivity requires aligning our efforts on everything from technical and legal standards to the balance we strike between national security and economic openness. And this will require resolve, investment, and follow-through. It will, in a word, require leadership. This morning, we will hear from heads of government and leaders of international institutions on how they approach the challenge of trusted connectivity. Then, in the afternoon, we will break into 3 parallel streams to discuss the nuts and bolts, if you will: cybersecurity, public sector innovation, building connectivity and digital public infrastructure, and best practices from the 3Cs initiative and from elsewhere. Now, this is not the first conference to discuss these issues, but we do have the right people in this room here in Tallinn to start building consensus, to move from deliberation to action. Now, before we get underway, a few administrative remarks. We will occupy this room here until lunch at 12 p.m. with a short break in between. Before we head out for lunch, we will take a family photo with the heads of delegation. And after lunch, we will proceed with 3 parallel sessions on 3 different stages. I'll tell you where those are later. We will then wrap up today's discussions here at 4:45 p.m., and then we'll move to the most important part of the day, cocktails. The Wi-Fi password, very important, is #TrustedConnectivity. Please do be aware that the event is being live streamed and recorded, and all discussions are on the record. You are very much welcome to share your thoughts and opinions about this event on social media using the hashtag TDS2021. And with that, I thank you for your attention, and it is my privilege and my honor to invite to the stage the Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia, Mrs. Kaja Kallas.
Dear Presidents, Secretary General, ministers, distinguished guests here and online. Those of you who flew here through Tallinn airport, that was Lennart Meri's airport. So Lennart Meri was a writer, a film director, and our beloved president, who once said, "A country that is open to the sea can never be small." In the medieval age, Tallinn was part of the Hanseatic League and was governed by Lübeck law. If you walk around our capital today, you still experience this heritage at every step. This was the basis of trusted connectivity at that time. Today, a country's size matters less than its capacity to innovate. Estonia's historical perspective and our success in digital governance have led me to be able to welcome you all here today. Thank you to all of those who are here in person, and also thank you for all of those who are joining for understandable reasons online. So why Estonia and why now? Estonia's digital journey began over 25 years ago when we brought connectivity to our schools. We based our way of life on trust, openness, and human-centric values. Our governance is built on close and candid partnerships. Our society leaves no room for Big Brother. Success and innovation hinge not on strict control, but on trust and transparency. In Estonia, nearly everyone has a digital identity, and 99% of government services are available online and accessible 24/7. The backbone of our digital governance system is secure and open API. With many governments around the world adopting similar approach, we have witnessed an unprecedented rise in the international connectivity. For example, Estonia shares many automated cross-border services with Finland, our dear neighbor in the north. From our experience and from global developments, we know that the wildcard will be digital global governance and the capacity to deliver and share a common digital public infrastructure. For example, the decisions for a common eID across the EU and the creation of data spaces, for example, in health, are already picking up speed. We are already delivering services in a very different way than we used to. Digital governance experience has globally matured to a point where it's shared more easily across borders. We need to harmonize principles of taxonomy, promote open, standard-based reusability, and share know-how and capacity. As we grow accustomed to the opportunities that the digital transformation of our economies and societies brings, we also must face its challenges. What will the world of tomorrow look like, and what values will underpin it? We find ourselves amidst another industrial revolution with unprecedented implications on the ways we conduct business, interact, and lead our lives. While the steam engine took decades to become adopted at the massive scale, the cycle of innovation has essentially become momentary. Just 15 years ago, the idea of a taxi being just few taps away on the screen seemed almost inconceivable. Yet, the Bolts and Ubers of today have made this stuff of imagination commonplace. We can only imagine how things like shared self-driving vehicles, together with affordable renewable energy, will shape our understanding of mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 is the first global pandemic of the information age. It has rapidly accelerated the digitalization of services, the delivery of goods, and our means of communication. This has created a unique window of opportunity. Common battles against common enemies have a peculiar way of creating shared sense of identity, community, and responsibility. But the pandemic has also revealed that many essential tools for functioning in the modern world are lacking. Take, for instance, the vaccination certificates. It's great that the International Air Transport Association has recognized the EU way, but we still don't have a global approach. Novel avenues of connection, most notably 5G and broadband internet, are the lifeline of the modern world. However, as countries increase their interdependencies through connectivity, we must ask ourselves, who is in the possession of our connectivity infrastructure, and what geostrategic implications does this have? All good things come to an end. The combined geopolitical weight of democracies is in decline, and we are witnessing a shift in the economic balance of the power in the global system. Year after year, democratic countries keep losing ground to autocracies in the terms of GDP and will likely be overtaken. The international order, based on openness, fair competition, and transparency, is under duress and needs to adapt promptly. We must take action to ward off the lure of illiberalism and protectionism. In the face of the newfound global challenges, we need to deliver something different. Climate change leaves little room of business as usual. So how do we leverage the new industrial revolution and build back a better world that is more connected, more sustainable, and more sovereign? Dear participants, language shapes our perceptions and conceptions of reality. The first step in responding to our common challenges is building back a better world that is reconceptualize what infrastructure of the 21st century really means. Infrastructure is no longer simply about bricks and mortar, roads, railways, and bridges. Today, infrastructure means digital connections, for digital components have become an inseparable part of constructing, operating, and maintaining physical infrastructure. Digital components are also the main drivers of new goods, services, and business models that have yielded immense gains in productivity across the world. And it is largely innovation by private companies and entrepreneurs in democratic countries that we can thank of our continuously rising standard of living. Such innovations are fostered by trust, both in technology and in our political and legal systems that determine how technology really operates. Our shared common democratic values, openness, transparency, and the protection of individual rights form this kind of ideological basis of trusted connectivity. Trusted connectivity is a framework for democratic countries that governs issues such as data protection and cybersecurity, standards for the free flow of data, and for sustainable development. Trusted connectivity is rooted in the idea that we need a framework for financing international infrastructure projects based on a common set of values. To achieve this, we must protect data and allow it to move forward freely. Effective data and cybersecurity create trust, and trust is an important part to attracting private sector investments. So the role of the public sector in democratic countries is to set the rules of the game, to cultivate trust and to facilitate innovation. A simple, transparent, and hassle-free financing framework allows us to harness the power of the private sector. The first steps have already been taken. The 3 Cs initiative and its investment fund are examples of the principles of trusted connectivity, already in practice. What we need now is to broaden our horizons. So what can we do about this? We must decide how to solve the problem, and I propose the following. First, democratic countries must forge connectivity partnerships among each other and with emerging economies, guided by the principles of trusted connectivity. The European Union, the G7, the Indo-Pacific Quad nations have to take charge in this effort. The EU and the US must use the Trade and Technology Council to foster policy alignment on international data transfers and data flows. Similar venues should be employed by other democratic countries. Second, the partnerships should be employed to improve existing and establish new mechanisms for financing cross-border infrastructure projects that prioritize digital and cybersecurity components. And third, we should better advertise various existing and private investments based on our common values by adopting a shared framework, such as trusted connectivity. And fourth, we need to brand to certify the principles of trusted connectivity that have been followed. Luckily, such a branding tool is already in the process of being developed by the OECD, the Blue Dot Network. The Blue Dot Network would be a testament to the highest quality and also the highest standards of particular infrastructure project. And fifth, there is a need for an organization that maintains such tools. The governance of this institution must be simple, adoptable, and thus also future-proof. So we need to find optimal synergy in the hyperlocal format, connecting and opening more traditional mechanisms to new distributed ecosystems of innovators. Developing, agreeing, and deploying such a framework will be one of the most important action items for this decade. Ladies and gentlemen, I have invited you here today because I believe in working together in solving common problems. I have outlined some fundamentals that I hope it will lead also to productive conversations today and to a tomorrow that is more free, prosperous, and sustainable. I welcome you here, and I'm humbled that all of you here are in person. And also thank you for those joining us online. Estonia is here and willing to contribute to these discussions, and also, if needed, we can be the honest broker between different stakeholders. Thank you, and I wish you an excellent Tallinn Digital Summit.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for laying out very clearly both the challenge and a way forward. Now, to continue this discussion, I'd like to welcome on the topic of the digital transformation of Europe, the President of the European Council, Mr. Charles Michel.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Kaja, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends in Estonia and across Europe. Thank you, dear Kaja, for your invitation. It's both a pleasure and a challenge to speak to you today when it comes to digital. Estonia stands at the vanguard in Europe, and this Tallinn Digital Summit is the place to be. Estonia is geographically on the periphery of the EU, but you have positioned yourself at the very heart of the digital revolution. And today, I'd like to outline the role that digital must play in the overall strategy of the European Union, our guiding principles, our goals, and the concrete action we are taking in this field. Our strategic agenda centers on our twin transitions, climate and digital. And the European Council took this decision before COVID and before the Build Back Better approach of our post-COVID world. And of course, the pandemic has injected greater urgency and more reasons to pursue our transformational path to a more sustainable and fairer model. We want to transform Europe, and we want a better world, we want more prosperity, and we need more fairness. Digital is one of the fastest growing sectors. It creates jobs and drives economic growth. It brings new products and services to markets and unleashes the full potential of innovation. Digital is a cross-cutting tool that's revolutionizing countless sectors and energizing countless areas of our lives. And most crucially, it is driving forward green technologies that will protect our planet. Data-driven climate decisions, for example, will be more precise and effective, and digital monitoring will allow for more efficient use of energy and resources. In healthcare, the data industry is already modernizing public health management. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, we want to make Europe more autonomous. In our interconnected world, a certain amount of interdependence is normal, even desirable, but dependency is not desirable. Europe must strive for more influence and less dependence, and that applies both to our digital and geopolitical strategy. So, how do we pursue these goals? First, we must put them in our broader connectivity strategy, and this strategy should be anchored in our values and reflected in our standards. This will bolster our autonomy and drastically reinforce our cybersecurity. We must develop a common view and an ambitious EU vision on connectivity, and Kaya has just outlined a number of very inspiring ideas on this topic. Connectivity refers not only to physical infrastructure and networks, it encompasses a wide range of ventures and policies aimed at bringing people and societies closer together. And this is what Europe's engagement with the world is all about. But on the other hand, some blocs are working on connectivity to create deep dependencies. They are not waiting for us. Their connectivity offers are already on the table according to their economic and political interests. So we need to up our game. We are already forging broad connectivity partnerships with like-minded countries such as India, Japan, the US, and Canada, and we are tailoring our offer to meet the specific needs and expectations of our partners around the world. We want to develop cooperation. This is true not just for the Western Balkans or the Eastern partners, but equally for our Central Asian partners, Africa, and elsewhere. But, ladies and gentlemen, we must do more, be more strategic, be more streamlined, and better market and brand our offer, trusted connectivity. Most importantly, it should reflect our European vision of what a partnership should be: fair, balanced, and human-centered. There is still work to strengthen such an offer. It will require leadership and collective action, and the European Council is ready to play its key role. Ladies and gentlemen, our digital strategy must be based on our values: human rights, fundamental freedoms, and human-centered societies. our standards should be based on trust and transparency. Transparency does not only mean that people must know how their personal data is used. Transparency must also apply to finance, taxes, or the way in which algorithms are deployed. Fairer taxation of international business is a key topic in the eyes of the public. Integrating the price of carbon in international trade is a matter of fairness in the fight against climate change. Trust also means accountability. Citizens want to know the state's budget is well spent. They want to know that new development projects respect their health and our environment. We, in the EU, we have a powerful tool, our regulatory power, the famous Brussels effect. We are the leading standard setter in the world. Let's use it. Dear friends, digital sovereignty is paramount to our strategic autonomy, and we are working hard to make this happen. For instance, moving from 5G to 6G and advancing the idea of a low Earth orbit satellite. And for instance, in the area of semiconductors, Commissioner Breton is driving forward the European Alliance on Microprocessors. And I'm very confident that the e-identity will be another major step in promoting our digital sovereignty. This brings me to the critical topic of security. This relates to the trust factor I mentioned earlier. Cybersecurity is a key condition for greater influence on the global scene. The latest high-profile cyber attacks have shown a spotlight on the urgency of building a sound cybersecurity system. This domain is basically a national competence, but the threats are global, and the attackers are global. And that's why a proper response should lie in the EU's overall cyber resilience. And such an approach could include promoting greater collaboration among member states, boosting national capacities and European industries, and launching ambitious education and training programs across the EU. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, finally, where do we stand concretely on our digital strategy? Several major legislative proposals are now on the table: the Data Governance Act, the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, the Artificial Intelligence Act, and the e-Identity Bill. And these proposals are currently being discussed by legislators, Council and Parliament. And we will give fresh impetus to this at the next regular meeting of the European Council in October, and the Digital Compass, requested by the European Council with key targets for 2030, will also be on the agenda of this meeting. Dear friends, you can see we have a clear vision for our digital future. It is anchored in concrete goals and ambitious targets, and most importantly, it is a digital future that serves our people and builds inclusive societies. Today's digital revolution is a massive opportunity to improve our quality of life across countless areas of our societies. It is a cornerstone of the EU strategy for more prosperity, more well-being, more freedom, and more autonomy. Our digital model will offer inspiration far beyond our borders of European openness and confidence. I thank you.
Mr. President, before you go, we have with us in the audience another president, Mrs. Kersti Kaljulaid, the President of the Republic of Estonia, who I believe has a question for you.
I'm prepared.
Thank you, Lucas, for this opportunity. President Michel, you so eloquently said that Europe is leading in digital service provision to its citizens. And as a proud European, I totally agree with you. As a proud Estonian, I also think we have had a strong catalyzing effect to it. But I tried to find yesterday how we are actually measuring up to our own legal texts, because for a year now, every European citizen is entitled to have a digital ID. And as you said, cybersecurity starts with identity. It was decided about a year ago, and I was trying to find the ticker to show me how many Europeans actually already have this wonderful opportunity, and I failed. I think, what do you think? Should we actually somehow try to promote the understanding of our citizens that it is now their right to have a digital identity which provides them with security and encryption, is eIDAS compatible, and gives them access to the globally unique international connectivity for grassroots level?
Thank you for this excellent question. And I just said that trust is an important goal, it's an important priority. And my experience in the European Council is the following. We discussed a lot the last months, the last years, in order to make more progress on this global topic. And I totally agree with you that this question of the e-identity is a top priority. And I'm convinced that with the Commission, in close cooperation with the Council, the Parliament, we will make a lot of progress on this topic. Look what we have faced with COVID-19. We have seen very concretely that with the digital approach, it's possible to offer very concrete and useful solutions to our people. And that's why I'm so confident. And I would like to repeat and to insist on an important topic. We are not discovering that climate change and digital should be the top priorities for the future. Before the COVID pandemic, we took a very strong decision. The Commission, the Parliament, the Council, we decided that climate change and digital ambition would be the main leverages in order to offer a new model of prosperity for this European Union. Point one, we do not want to work alone. We want to work with our partners, with our like-minded partners. I was very pleased a few weeks ago, a few months ago, when we had the first G7 meeting after the election of Joe Biden, and after that the bilateral summit between the United States and the European Union. And I can observe that now there is a hope, a space for a stronger cooperation, and I count also on the OECD, because I think that this important organization can offer a very useful platform in order to make progress all together. We know what we want for the future. We want a more digital ambition based and that takes into account our very strong fundamental values. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we will now continue with the question of how we build on shared values. And to discuss this topic with us, I ask you to welcome to the stage the Secretary of Commerce of the United States of America, Mrs. Gina Raimondo.
Thank you and good morning. Good morning. It is a wonderful honor for me to be here with you in Estonia at the Tallinn Digital Summit. Special thank you to the Prime Minister for hosting me and the President, and to all of my distinguished guests here this morning. I think it's very befitting that we have this discussion this morning at the Tallinn Creative Hub, a physical symbol of Estonia's transformation from a Soviet republic to a digital pioneer in only 30 years. I told my teenage children that I was coming to Estonia. I wasn't sure what their reaction would be. And they said, that's the place with all the cool startups. So in only 30 years, I think you have so much to be proud of. I will confess that I have admired Estonia for many years. Prior to being the Secretary of Commerce, I was the governor of a state in America called Rhode Island. Rhode Island is a state of about 1 million people, the same size, roughly, as Estonia. And at that time, for years, I studied Estonia's digital transformation and their leadership in e-government. And I often admired the way that Estonia built upon your size and cohesion to move forward with such innovation. And so for me, it is an honor to be here today for my first time. I will say your accomplishments here in Estonia are significant, ranking first in Europe for employee participation and competitiveness, and third in terms of the number of startups per capita. As the Prime Minister so eloquently said, it isn't size, it's your ability to innovate. Today, this morning, I'd like to discuss how we can replicate Estonia's digital transformation globally, tapping into the full benefits of the 21st century economy by strengthening our digital connectivity and building upon our shared values and common interests. Our esteemed hosts know the importance of this agenda all too well. As I said, Estonia has harnessed the benefits of connectivity to serve your citizens better than anyone with one of the world's most advanced e-government systems. Through your e-residency program, Estonia has made almost all of your government services accessible to citizens and residents online 24/7, and nearly all interactions between citizens and the state are virtual, a feat that really none of us has been able to accomplish. This digital infrastructure proved critical during this pandemic. Estonia's citizens maintain access to vital services, and as a result, your economy was able to recover quite quickly. In fact, Estonia's recovery was so strong that the country posted the strongest GDP growth in the EU for the first quarter. Now, for the rest of us, for all of us, the COVID pandemic exposed just how essential connectivity is to our daily lives, in all facets of our life, from manufacturing to education to healthcare. Over the past 18 months, many businesses, small and large, have moved operations online. Schools have switched overnight to remote learning, all highlighting how important digital connectivity is. Unfortunately, for too many Americans, indeed for too many people around the world, lack of affordable internet meant that students living in communities that were underserved could not attend classes, could not receive their education. Families had to rely on expensive cellular data via their mobile phones to get online. And many of those stories were heartbreaking. Children having to drive to a nearby convenience store or fast food chain to sit in the parking lot to rely upon that internet to take their classes, often in the back seat of their family's car. Shops and restaurants that didn't have an online presence had to adjust immediately. And even more devastatingly, many just went out of business. In fact, the smallest businesses went out of business because they weren't able to compete in the digital world. I'm very pleased to say that in order to address this need, we in America recently passed an infrastructure package which will invest $65 billion into America's connectivity, which is enough money to bring high-speed, affordable broadband to every single American. And I will comment also that this package was passed on a bipartisan basis, which should give all of us hope. The need for this investment, however, is not isolated to the United States. Nearly 3.7 billion people around the world lack access to broadband. Affordable access to high-speed broadband is vital to the growth of all of our economies. To that end, I would like to emphasize today that President Biden is committed to working with all of you, our like-minded partners, to close this digital divide at home in the United States and abroad. Now, one way that we can do this is by supporting institutions on the front lines of increasing broadband connectivity, like the International Telecommunications Union. ITU's development sector has been doing fantastic work in this space under the direction of Doreen Bogdan-Martin, who is here with us this morning. And I want to make clear to all of you this morning that the United States strongly supports her candidacy for Secretary General of the ITU to carry out this important work going forward. Having said all of that, lack of access to broadband is just one part of the problem. The creativity and skills that underpin Estonia's transformation into a global tech powerhouse are exactly what we all need to address the dangerous infrastructure investment gap facing low and middle income economies. The Prime Minister and I had the opportunity to discuss this at length at dinner last night and to share our common approach to this issue. At President Biden's direction, we are leading the effort, along with our G7 partners and our partners in the EU, to close this gap across a range of areas, including healthcare and digital technology, through the Build Back Better World Partnership, B3W. The United States is mobilizing its development finance tools and working with our partners to leverage private sector capital and make investments that empower low and middle income countries to participate in the modern economy. We recognize how vital it is to invest in other countries to help develop digital and traditional infrastructure. And we want to work together to ensure that our efforts are fully aligned with the specific needs and interests of each individual country, needs of which are different from one another. Additionally, I also want to comment on the Blue Dot Network, which has already been commented on by the two prior speakers. The Blue Dot Network's certification mechanism for quality infrastructure projects will be a key part of that agenda. However, full digital connectivity means more than addressing the infrastructure challenges, however serious they are. It means recognizing that today's innovation depends vitally on data flows. Governments need cross-border data for trade and commercial relationships. We need cross-border data flows for financial market stability, for public health, for advancement of innovation, for advancement of clinical trials, for criminal investigations, and very importantly, for national security. And we also need businesses to bring value to their customers. These businesses need information about their customers, real-time information about their operations on the ground in markets around the world. Free flow of data with protection of privacy is what keeps our businesses and our economies competitive. Citizens also benefit from and rely upon data flows, and they deserve to be able to trust that their information is handled safely, securely, and lawfully. And I hope that we can all agree that requirements to keep data localized in country hurt all of our businesses, all of our economies, and all of our citizens. For example, when global banks don't have access to their data from around the world, they are less able to spot malicious trends and fraudulent activity. That leaves local banks and domestic financial systems vulnerable to very real, and quite frankly, very expensive threats and attacks. Data localization not only limits the ability of companies to do business overseas and impose significant operational cost, but ultimately doesn't provide meaningful data protection or privacy. The global economy urgently needs an international framework that is, at the same time, interoperable and scalable. That means we have to work together to bridge our regulatory differences, not to deny them, but to bridge them, through multilateral cooperation and summits just like this one, rather than relying upon unilateral action. Forums just like this help foster trust between our governments, businesses, and citizens. And I'd like to say again just how honored and pleased I am to be here on behalf of the United States government. We all have different perspectives about the very best approach to address our connectivity challenges and cross-border data flows. And that's good, that's okay. We need to learn from each other. But we must commit ourselves to holding on to what we share in common, which vastly overshadows our differences. Fundamentally, we democratic countries with shared values share and hold dear the same values, and what connects us is far greater than our differences. We all agree and recognize that data flows are essential to our economies. We all agree that connectivity drives innovation, and that innovation is critical to our future security and prosperity. We all hold privacy as a core value, and we all value data protection. Bridging the gaps between our data protection systems requires us to build on these commonalities and to do that together. A critical step toward interoperability is through the OECD initiative on trusted government access to personal data held by the private sector. And we highly commend the OECD and Secretary General Corman's leadership on this vital initiative and urge our partners to work together with us to finalize a concrete outcome. Joint efforts like these among like-minded partners lay the foundation for enhanced interoperability that will benefit all of our economies. Now, I want to be clear about something. We don't need to have the same systems. In fact, we don't have the same systems of government necessarily. We don't have to have identical privacy laws in order to be interoperable with one another. We just need to develop principles and frameworks that allow our approaches to complement and not contradict one another, and to achieve the results that we need that are consistent with our shared values. For example, the United States fully backs the APEC cross-border privacy rules system, or the CBPR, because it facilitates consistent requirements across jurisdictions with different legal requirements. This system ensures that data is shared responsibly and securely, and it achieves all of that while at the same time respecting national sovereignty and the differences between domestic privacy laws. This is what interoperability is all about, and it must be at the center of our efforts for a trusted connectivity. We must together build a shared digital future. As we work toward our shared goal of interoperability, we also must continue addressing other pressing digital issues, like a new regime for transatlantic data transfers. We share a deep commitment to individual privacy on both sides of the Atlantic. And I am confident and optimistic that by working together alongside of the European Union, we will reach a durable resolution on an enhanced privacy shield framework that benefits all of us. I'll conclude with this. I've spoken this morning about the benefits of digital connectivity, and we've heard that from the other speakers. The benefits for our citizens, for our economies, for our businesses, for our continued prosperity. But this is really about so much more than economics. At the center of our cooperation are our shared democratic values, including individual liberty, transparency, a transparent government, and yes, privacy. And we should look at interoperability between our systems as an outgrowth of these shared values. We can't allow our differences to hold us back because we have far too much to achieve together in the months and years ahead. Now more than ever, we have to double down on our partnerships, our collaboration, and our shared values. As the Prime Minister so eloquently said, not all countries in the world share these values. The stakes have never been higher for our like-minded democracies to come together to forge consensus on the basis of these shared values. And I pledge to you today that the United States looks forward to strengthening these partnerships with all of you to expand our global digital connectivity and data flows so that all of our citizens can prosper and fully participate in the 21st century global economy. So thank you for inviting me, and congratulations on a fantastic summit.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary, thank you. Before you go, first of all, thank you for your kind words about Estonia. I think all the Estonians in the audience are humbled, and frankly, for being so direct about what we need to do in terms of collaboration on issues like data flows. Before you go, we do have a question for you, too, from President Kaljulaid.
Secretary Raimondo, thank you. We very rarely hear people speaking emotionally about deeply technical issues, and I would really like to thank you for that particularly. And also, I would like to remind our audience that representing United States of America, you come from a democracy which has given us GPS system. GPS system is upheld by a democracy. I tested my younger relatives back home as well. What do they think it is? And they all thought it is a natural resource. They didn't realize it's a technical system which we can always rely upon to find our way on the roads and in the towns, simply because a democracy will never withhold the service to achieve its political objectives. So thank you and congratulations on that. And based on that, if I now come to the Building Back Better World or Blue Dot network initiatives, don't you think we really need to build and maybe start here in Tallinn, where we have you, we have Secretary General Koman, we have also President Charles Michel, to build the consensus that indeed we do not need a single standard, we do not need monopolies or oligopolies. But what we do need is a consensus that trusted connectivity will have all the positive characteristics of the GPS. It is much more complex because we are not relying on a single service provider. And in the free world, we are also not relying on a public service provider in this trusted connectivity build-up. But I think we need to agree and declare that there has to be a consensus which is akin. Blue Dot network, Blue Dot could be actually a really good physical symbol of all this so that we could go and check with our mobile phones. This grid, this railway is indeed built this way, that technology does what it is meant to do and doesn't do what we don't know it might. So do you think we need such kind of a broad consensus to recognize that it will not be a single standard, but indeed a consensus, which maybe we could call a Tallinn consensus? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I will leave it to all of us to name what it might be. But I do agree with you. I agree fully with you. I think there, as I tried to convey in my comments, there is no one-size-fits-all approach, and we have to respect the differences in our governments, in our systems of governments, in our court systems. However, building a consensus, having frameworks, having certifications based upon our shared values, I think will increase the flow of capital into infrastructure, which is so necessary, as well as allow us to together write the rules of the road for emerging technology, which is vital. Because if we democratic countries aren't writing the rules of the road, we know that autocratic countries will be. And that's what I hope we all stay focused on as we develop that consensus. Rather than bickering among ourselves as to our differences, I think we need to keep our eye on that prize to make sure that the consensus is broadly held on the basis of our shared values. Thank you.
Thank you. So how do we build this consensus? We're going to continue on the topic of trust and connectivity with the Secretary General of the OECD, Mr. Matthias Cormann. Please, the stage is yours.
Distinguished guests, friends, it's great to be here in Tallinn this morning, today, to talk about the important topic of trusted connectivity. And as we meet here this morning all around the world, countries, of course, continue to face serious challenges related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Economic growth has picked up this year, helped by strong policy support, the ongoing deployment of effective vaccines, the gradual resumption of many economic activities, particularly in the services sector, and of course also indeed the accelerating digital transformation of our economies. The pace of recovery remains uneven and the outlook remains uncertain, with the virus remaining the biggest risk. But as we seek to optimize the strength and the quality of the post-COVID recovery, trusted connectivity will be increasingly important. The digital transformation, of course, was well underway before COVID hit us, but the pandemic has further significantly accelerated it all around the world. That digital transformation brings many obvious benefits. It brings opportunities, but it also comes with many new evolving challenges, risks, and disruptions. So as policymakers, our job is to ensure we maximize the benefits while better managing some of those associated challenges, risks, and disruptions. When these include ensuring appropriate and equitable access to the necessary digital infrastructure, to investing in the necessary skills development, planning for the future of work, effectively addressing competition issues, cybersecurity, privacy, a standardized approach to cross-border data flows with trust, as the US Secretary for Commerce has just also elaborated on. The tax policy implications, as well as setting values-based standards, for example, on the use of artificial intelligence, to name just a few. So to achieve trusted connectivity, we need to ensure it is genuinely human-centric, that it is values-based, democratic values-based, and that everyone has the best possible opportunity to participate, to benefit from the digital transformation of our economies, and indeed that everyone can feel safe, be safe, and feel safe in the digital world. We need to invest in the necessary digital economy infrastructure. We need to ensure appropriately universal, affordable access. We need to invest in the upskilling and reskilling required to ensure that workers can continue to find work and benefit from technology-driven structural changes and are not left behind. And we need to better manage, as I've mentioned, the serious competition, cybersecurity, privacy, data flow, and tax issues connected to the digital transformation of our globalized economy. To address all these issues effectively requires a renewed commitment to our shared democratic values, as well as the close collaboration between private and public sectors to continue to develop and refine a framework where the technical, legal, and political environment inspires public confidence in both the infrastructure and the technology. So let me highlight 3 ways in which we can contribute to trusted connectivity by focusing our attention on infrastructure investment and governance. Firstly, infrastructure investment must be made in a way that maximizes the opportunities of digitalization and minimizes its risks. The OECD has recently adopted a revised recommendation on broadband connectivity, recognizing the importance of broadband infrastructure, in particular to all essential economic and social activities. This recommendation provides a clear roadmap for policymakers and regulatory authorities within and outside of the OECD to ensure we extend high-quality connectivity to everyone. Large connectivity gaps remain across the world, in particular for high-level connectivity. In the OECD, fiber is far from being evenly distributed across countries. While some countries now have a penetration of over 80% of fixed broadband connections, other countries, even within the OECD, remain closer to 0%. The digital security of networks and infrastructure is also essential to ensure that critical activities, from energy to health to finance to transport, can withstand malfunctions or malicious intervention. Here, standards like the OECD recommendation on the digital security of critical activities, as well as the OECD's Global Forum on Digital Security for Prosperity, bring countries together to share and implement best practices and ensure trusted connectivity for all. Secondly, ensuring quality infrastructure investment. We must ensure that infrastructure investment supports sustainable, resilient, and inclusive economic growth. Worldwide, many still lack access to basic infrastructure, such as clean energy and water, healthcare services, or indeed, communications infrastructure. Meeting present and future infrastructure investment needs cannot and will not be done through public resources alone, which is why bridging the investment gap will also require investment from the private sector. Now more than ever, we need effective global cooperation and innovative approaches to ensure we align infrastructure investment needs with sustainable outcomes. This includes making infrastructure governance a key priority. Poor infrastructure governance leads to higher economic and social costs, cost overruns and delays, inadequate services, health and environmental damage, and finally, negative effects on long-term sustainability and resilience. Such inefficiencies reduce the legitimacy of infrastructure projects amongst stakeholders, negatively affecting trust and shared ownership of infrastructure investment and delivery. Last but not least, translating standards into action through initiatives such as the Blue Dot Network, which has been mentioned by some of the previous speakers. Many private investors are looking for well-run infrastructure projects that are green and sustainable, but we currently lack standard-wise to inform markets of the quality of infrastructure projects. This is where international initiatives such as the Blue Dot Network have a fundamental role to play. The Blue Dot Network was initiated by the United States, Australia, and Japan in an effort to support and attract investment into quality infrastructure through the establishment of a voluntary, private sector-focused and government-supported certification scheme for infrastructure projects. The network translates the G20 quality infrastructure investment principles and other leading standards into action with a project-level framework that will create a level playing field for high-quality infrastructure. This certification will provide a globally recognized symbol of market-driven, transparent, and sustainable infrastructure projects that will support the flow of financing into sectors and regions where it is most needed. Such a trusted certification regime could also increase, and we believe will increase, private sector participation in infrastructure projects and improve the appetite to invest in low and middle income countries while strengthening governance and transparency. At the request of the founding members of the Blue Dot Network, the OECD has been engaged to coordinate technical support. And one of our first actions was to develop the Executive Consultation Group, which now hosts over 160 global leaders and experts from the private sector, civil society, and academia to support the effort to operationalize this global certification framework. I would strongly encourage business and civil society leaders here today to engage with this group. Colleagues, friends, these instruments, alongside initiatives such as trusted connectivity and the Build Back Better world, provide a comprehensive toolkit that countries can use to implement quality infrastructure while strengthening trust and transparency. Our shared commitment to quality infrastructure investment and to a human-centric, values-based digital transformation of our economies will not only help bridge all of the current gaps, but it will reinforce our commitment to human rights, the rule of law, market-based economic principles, thus demonstrating that good governance and well-functioning democracies deliver better outcomes for our citizens. You can count on the OECD to work with all of you in the months and the years ahead to optimize, to genuinely optimize the benefits and the opportunities for our citizens of the digital transformation of our economies. Thank you so much for inviting me here this morning. I know the trick now.
Madam President, please.
Indeed. Thank you, Secretary Corman, for taking the little blue dot from where you came to multilateral level and really fast-forwarding this thinking. But I know that the businesses here in this room who you invited to cooperate around our consensus, which I feel is getting stronger and stronger, they also have another question, and this is a rather more worrisome. Can protection turn into protectionism? And why I'm asking it is that the global services market online has been very free to develop because, of course, our legal consensus takes nowadays much longer to build than global networks, and technology cycle is shorter than legal cycle. But when we now go about protecting the data, regulating the cloud rules, etc., will it still be possible 10 years from now that a bookkeeper from, let's say, Vanuatu or Fiji will be able to work in Estonia, in Australia, in UK, in United States? Will she or he still have access to the data? Will a designer from Tunisia be able to work in Volkswagen factory? Will they have the necessary tools to have access to the protected clouds? Or will we break the global services market, which has self-developed online so strongly during the last decade? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, President Kaljulaid. I mean, these are all important questions, very important questions, and I hope that the answer will be yes. I mean, I believe that economies around the world that are more integrated and economic interests are more aligned, that is a key ingredient to a lifting of living standards, quality of life, and indeed peace and stability. And if you look at the post-Second World War period, having a rules-based trading system in place that was in good working order was a key ingredient to the lifting of living standards in that period. I mean, the European Union example is an extraordinary story of success where integrating economic interests, integrating economies and aligning economic interests has led to an amazing lifting of living standards and peace, stability and prosperity across the European Union. And so moving forward, and this is where the issues that Secretary Raimondo raised are so important. I mean, in order to ensure that we can have open markets and all of the opportunities that you would like to see for people for consumers in Fijis to purchase services out of Estonia, for example. I mean, if we want to have genuinely open markets, and we've got to work on a rules-based system that is fit for the digital economy of tomorrow, and that means a standardized approach to things like cross-border data flows with trust is so important. And it's not about having one standard, it's an agreement and a consensus on a set of principles, but it's having a standardized approach where countries around the world can feel genuinely safe in a digitalized environment to interact with each other. And ultimately that should be our objective. And I mean, I believe the world is going to be a better place if we can do business with each other, if global trade continues to expand, and that in particular in the context of the digital economy. So I think it's a very important question you raise, and I hope that the answer will be yes, and that we can all achieve it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. And now to complement what we've already heard and tie things together, we're going to hear about how we can embrace and accelerate the digitalization of the economic recovery from the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Valdis Dombrovskis. Please, the floor is yours.
Honorable Presidents, Madam Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to join such a distinguished list of speakers, and thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be back in Tallinn and to join you in a digital summit. And it's a pleasure to be in Estonia, one of the technologically most advanced countries in the world. Our Baltic region is becoming one of Europe's most promising hubs for tech startups, so we are in the right place to talk about digital. As several people have told before me, the future is digital, and I could not agree more. Along with EU's planned transition to a carbon-neutral economy, embracing digitalization is a priority that we identified as a major source of potential growth. The green and digital sectors will act as Europe's economic mainstays as we embark on the recovery phase from the crisis. This is where the Recovery and Resilience Facility, or RRF, will play a major role, and I will come back to this later. However, with digital, it is much more than this. For a long time, before the pandemic struck, we recognized that the European Union needs to do far more to digitalize our economies and societies to reap the benefits of the digital age. The crisis has made this even more urgent. Our experience at the peak of the pandemic showed how much people rely on digital services during the lockdown. Video conferencing, online banking, digital transactions, e-commerce, all boomed. So we should now go further still for EU companies to stay at the cutting edge of developments and technologies. Take high-speed connectivity. With 4G, for example, Europe was slow on its take-up and development of the appropriate infrastructure. We should not make the same mistake with 5G or even 6G. In 10 years from now, we want all European households covered by gigabit connectivity. On technology, Europe has a strong and world-beating pool of talent. We should be doing more to lead internationally, building on our expertise in key technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, quantum computing, and the Internet of Things. The EU has been working on how to increase digitalization for many years. With a digital single market project spearheaded by my European colleague and friend Andrus Ansip in the previous Commission, the EU made great strides in many digital areas. Connectivity, e-commerce, data protection, programs to boost digital skills, and also making it easier for online businesses to scale up across borders, to grow and compete internationally. We are very much continuing this work. Our digital finance package, for example, is designed to create a competitive EU financial sector, giving consumers access to innovative financial services. Now, with the Recovery and Resilience Facility, we have the financing to press ahead with plans to turn Europe even more digital. This funding will allow EU countries and the private sector to make substantial investments in digitalization. It will support European industry and businesses to keep Europe globally competitive in key technologies. As you know, each national recovery plan must allocate at least 20% of the spending on digitalization of the society and economy. This plays a major part in the green transition too. Digital technologies can help to reduce resource usage, waste, and greenhouse gas emissions. In our assessment of the plans, we have seen a broad mix of measures to support digitalization. These include programs to digitalize public administration, justice and healthcare systems, along with investments in e-health, research and innovation in digital technologies. Many member states intend to invest in promoting digital skills and education as a way to equip workers with the right tools to take the most of opportunities brought by digitalization. Thanks to cross-border and multi-country projects funded by the RRF, the EU's capacities in advanced digital technologies should increase as well. We should rely less on others when it comes to key technologies. By 2030, we want at least 20% of the world's cutting-edge microelectronics produced in Europe. Today, EU accounts for less than 10% of global production. Ladies and gentlemen, building the infrastructure needed to digitalize requires a good deal of investment that the country may not otherwise choose to spend due to other priorities. Now, with the RRF funding, many member states are taking opportunity to accelerate the rollout of 5G and very high-capacity networks also in rural areas. Investing in more and better connectivity is also a main element of the digital dimension of the recovery plan. However, if people are to put their trust in new technologies, digital infrastructure must be secure. They must be able to trust it, especially when it comes to areas like online banking. This is why we take cybersecurity and data protection very seriously, and why we promote the widespread use of secure digital identities. In many emerging tech areas, the EU is still working on its regulatory approach. Investing in the right regulatory environment is as important as investing in physical infrastructure. But we need to think beyond Europe too. In today's hyper-connected world, digital technology does not recognize border. Digital is global, and it brings its own share of regulatory challenges. So Europe should work with like-minded partners to develop international standards as a way to preserve equal competition and incentivize private investment based on more legal certainty. That includes multilateral fora such as G7 and G20, and also organizations such as the OECD. This is the thinking behind the EU-US Trade and Technology Council, the TTC, to coordinate approaches on key global trade and technology issues. And actually, together with Secretary Raimondo and other colleagues, will be inaugurating the Trade and Technology Council later this month in Pittsburgh. Our idea is to make digital transformation a success story in terms of transatlantic cooperation. With the United States, we share similar challenges on cybersecurity and dominant market power of some digital service providers. We share an interest in regulated technologies to protect our consumers and businesses, as well as upholding our common values. The TTC will address threats such as unfair competition and the misuse of new technologies. It will also address a number of sensitive areas. For example, the EU-US cooperation on standards for emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things, ICT security and competitiveness, data governance, and secure supply chains. Such a cooperation could extend beyond the United States, of course. In July, as part of EU's geostrategic and global approach to connectivity, EU leaders called for more partnerships and cooperation, for example, with ASEAN and Indo-Pacific. Here, the EU intends to engage more closely with like-minded countries to build closer digital partnerships, particularly with Singapore, Japan, and Korea. This brings me onto the importance of digital trade, which lies at the heart of the EU's updated trade strategy. Take the seemingly unstoppable rise of e-commerce. With movement restrictions imposed across the world in 2020, its share of total retail sales jumped from 16% to 19%, according to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Today, around 1.5 billion people shop online. Digital flows are parts of today's international trade reality. We want the EU to occupy a leading position in digital trade and technology, in particular by promoting innovation. Again, this is where the RRF funding can be enormously helpful. Digital trade should support entrepreneurship and empower businesses of all sizes to play the full part of the global economy. There is a good potential for the EU shares of digital economy and digital trade to grow further. However, many governments impose measures that hold back digital trade and restrict cross-border data transfers as a way of supposedly boosting their own competitiveness in this area. The EU is working with its partners as well in the context of e-commerce negotiations in the World Trade Organization to create a fair, transparent standards in line with European values and rules. We will continue to address unjustified obstacles to data flows, such as data localization requirements, while preserving our approach in data protection and privacy. And we will promote digital trade bilaterally by including binding rules in EU trade agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, embracing and accelerating digitalization will underpin our shift towards a more sustainable economic model and help to make Europe a transformational leader. Going digital is a priority, and it lies at the heart of Europe's economic recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Madam President, I believe you have a question.
Actually, I will repeat the question I asked also from President Michel, and since Commission is about practical results, and I'm the nerd about, practical measurable results, as you know very well, then when will be there the day when an Estonian will be able, through EIDAS system, to go to a notary office, not only in Finland and in Portugal, where it is technically, at least today, possible, and set their business there, let's say in Germany or in France? When will that day be? And do you measure how far we might be from that day? Because unless you measure, you don't get to. We all know this.
Indeed, we are all talking about many initiatives which EU is undertaking in the area of digitalization, also in the area of e-identification. But the question is indeed when it's all becoming practical, when it's becoming reality for our citizens and businesses. And I cannot give you exact date, but what can I say from the European Commission side? We will work and make sure that this day is approaching as fast as possible. It's a necessity, it's a way of the future, so from the Commission side we'll do everything to make sure that it happens really soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As you can see, our European leaders come to Tallinn to face accountability. And I have a moment of accountability for you too, which is that we're going to have these wonderful keynote speakers back here in a panel, and you've got a smoothie break, but you're going to be accountable to being back here at 10:45. So with that, please go and follow up with some conversations, get to know each other, and we'll see you here in 15 minutes. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue after the break with a panel in which we're going to invite, in a moment, all of the keynote speakers we just heard from up to the stage to be grilled a little bit on the question of how we actually rally the world's democracies with trusted connectivity. Now, before we begin with our discussion, we also have a video greeting from the other side of the world, from the Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Scott Morrison. Please.
It's wonderful to be joining you today, and it's tremendous to be sharing this session with the OECD Secretary General, my very good friend, Mateusz Kormann. I want to express my admiration for Estonia, for your commitment, foresight, and collegiality in arranging this summit. As a global leader in digital transformation, the world can learn so much from you. And we must learn because digital transformation is one of the defining challenges and opportunities of our time. In Australia, my own government has set the goal of becoming a world-leading digital economy by 2030. We're building an economy where all of our businesses can become digital businesses, not just tech startups, but our farmers, our manufacturers, our service industries and tourism and hospitality, our miners and construction companies, small businesses right across our economy and more, all using leading technology to secure their own prosperity. Like so many other areas of public policy, we need to get the foundations right to achieve this. Now, this means investing in skills, in upgrading infrastructure, in creating fit-for-purpose regulation and securing digital trade agreements. Your theme of trusted connectivity is also one of the core foundations that our digital economy strategy is built upon. Now, we know our digital economies and infrastructure must be resilient and secure, governed by principles and standards that protect our citizens' autonomy, privacy, importantly, and data, and that have the capability to protect our people from malicious online threats. Our approach is unequivocal. Australia and our international partners must shape the digital future to reflect and protect our values and our interests. A failure to do that would mean a very uncertain future of increasing challenges to our prosperity, security, and fundamentally our sovereignty. We can only grasp the opportunities of this digital era if our eyes are fully open to those risks. We need to build global infrastructure that we can all trust, global systems that reflect the values we hold closely and in common: human dignity and human rights, responsibility and opportunity, and the rule of law. And so I'm very grateful to Estonia for this call to action. Australia and Estonia share these goals, and our work builds on a century of friendship between our two countries, a friendship based on our shared values as liberal democracies, a friendship built on trust. And in the digital world, trust is the currency of sustainable economic growth, so we're playing our part. I'd like to share one example with you. It's the story of a cable slightly wider than a garden hose, a cable carrying a bundle of optic fibres, each one thinner than a strand of a human hair, stretching along the Pacific Ocean floor. The Coral Sea cable joins Sydney to Port Moresby in Papua New Guinea and Honiara in the Solomon Islands. That's nearly 5,000 kilometres of digital telecommunications connectivity, delivered and majority funded by Australia. Australia's agenda for critical and cyber technology in the Indo-Pacific is very simple. It's based on our commitment to international stability and prosperity. Stability and prosperity that is underpinned by a safe, a secure, a trusted and resilient technology. Now, this agenda is inspiring another chapter in Australia's Indo-Pacific connectivity story. Our trilateral infrastructure partnership with the United States and Japan, which is financing an undersea fibre optic cable to the Republic of Palau. Now, this not only supports the government of Palau's endeavour to achieve national resilience, it demonstrates the strength of our partnership with nations who share our interest in Indo-Pacific prosperity and stability. Projects like these show the potential for governments to open pathways to private investment in connectivity. Governments supporting industry to engage with the opportunities and the risks inherent in infrastructure. Governments championing the benefits of secure, safe and sustainable infrastructure in our national interests, in the interests of our regions, in the best interests of us all. And so for that, we thank you for all the work that you're doing in this area. Can I again thank the Government of Estonia for your leadership in this area in particular. Discussed with your Prime Minister on many occasions. And I thank you for the partnership we're sharing today. Can I also commend the Secretary-General, Matthias Kormann, for his great leadership on this issue. He was very conscious of these matters when he served as a Minister in my government here in Australia, and I'm so pleased that Australian know-how on this issue is also now of great service more broadly across the OECD. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you to the Prime Minister. And we will now continue with an exciting and I hope fiery discussion. So first of all, please welcome back to the stage Prime Minister Kaja Kallas. Joining us live via video link from Warsaw is the Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki. And please welcome back Vice President Dombrovskis. Secretary Gina Raimondo. Someone who just received a sterling endorsement from his ex-boss, Secretary General Matthias Kormann. And finally, to wrestle some interesting answers from this panel, our senior fellow from the Atlantic Council, Mr. Kaush Arha.
Madam Prime Minister. Madam Prime Minister, thank you very much for gathering us all here today. And also, I think, importantly, adding a very important term to the free world lexicon, trusted connectivity. President Biden, after taking office, I think rightly talked about the most important challenge of our times. Whether democracy or autocracy lights the best path forward for freedom, for peace, for prosperity. That means everything that we talk about and deliver, whether it's connectivity, whether it's a Green Deal, whether it's a post-COVID sort of recovery, all of those happen in the context of this important issue, whether autocracy or democracy offers the best way forward. And I think I'm sure everybody's proud on the democracy's ability to deliver, as President Biden said, delivering on the most important questions that are in the minds of global citizens, on the top of the agenda for all the emerging nations. People want to take a lot of umbrage in saying that democracies were able to deliver on COVID vaccine better than any other autocracy or whatever. In this context, we had speeches from all of you this morning that I think articulated both the need and the usefulness of a shared language, trusted connectivity, to have the democracies deliver on the global demand for connectivity, whether it be digital or physical infrastructure. So we talked about it, and I think you gave us some challenges earlier on. I would like to turn back to you as to what specifically would you like as a mandate for this panel, and I think your addition to trusted connectivity as we go forward. So over to you.
Thank you. First of all, thanks again for everybody to be here, and also to Prime Minister Morawiecki from Poland. It's a great honor that you can join us. What is the takeaway that we want to get to, or what is the point where we want to get to here today? I think one is the shared language, but also the shared values and the principles that we have to agree on. So how we move forward. I think what came out of the speeches was that everybody is concerned of or about the infrastructure investments and the digital component of the technology. So the technology itself is not good or bad, it's the way it's used. So what the power struggle of democracies and autocracies really shows is that we have a different approach to this. So the approach of democracies is openness, transparency, equal footing, rule of law, and it's not the same for autocracies. And it's our data, our people's data that goes or is used on the technologies. So we need to agree on the basic principles between ourselves, because we see that the other side is doing that, so we need to do that as well.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I think one of the main elements of democracy is that right makes might, not the other way around. So it gives opportunities for leadership from countries like Estonia onto bigger countries to say this is the way to go forward. So I think it is a tremendous to be here in Estonia and talk about it. Let me turn over now to the Prime Minister from Poland. Sir, as we talked about Estonia's example, I think another great regional example is the 3 Seas initiative. Of the 12 countries from Baltic to Black to Adriatic Seas, you have put forward probably arguably the most ambitious and I think exemplary trusted connectivity regional initiatives. You come together, you put together a public-private investment fund, you identified 84 projects. I'll let you talk a little bit about it, but more importantly, as Prime Minister referred to, how can you take that as a global example? So as 3 Seas engages with other connectivity initiatives around the world, what are some of the important lessons that you can share and talk about on the trusted connectivity with 3 Seas? Over to you, Prime Minister. All right, well, let's come back to the Prime Minister as the sound comes back. Let me turn over to Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary, President Biden said when they got into office that it's important you're strong at home, that is what makes you strong abroad. And I think at this moment, United States probably has unprecedented investments in, as you referred to, whether it be the infrastructure bill, whether it be the COVID relief bill, whether it be the talked about Green Deal and bill, whether it be the Senate's U.S. Innovation and Competition Act in the context. So America is going through almost unprecedented investment domestically, and you as Secretary of Commerce are in charge of a lot of that. How does that relate to America being strong overseas, particularly with the idea of Build Back Better for the world that was announced, and in particular, the trusted connectivity issues that America is going to do at home, and how can they be a champion of that going overseas with partners? Over to you.
Yes, so thank you for that question, and thank you again for hosting us for a fantastic conference. So a few thoughts on that. As you referenced, we are in America on the precipice of making really historic investments in our own infrastructure, traditional infrastructure. We just passed a nearly $1 trillion investment in our roads and bridges, airports, transit, electric vehicle charging stations, and also, as I referenced in my comments, broadband. Enough money to make sure that every American, regardless of where they live, has access to high-speed and affordable broadband, including there's also money for digital literacy and equipment. So I think, and we are considering even broader investments around job training, college, digital training, childcare, et cetera. So President Biden is strongly of the view that if we invest at home, it will enable us to be that much more competitive on the global stage. And I think that is undeniably true. Our ability to innovate as a country depends upon our citizens being educated, being digitally literate, being connected. And the stronger we are domestically, the more able we are also to invest abroad, whether that's continuing with the $300 million investment in the 3 Cs initiative, which we are very committed to doing, whether that is investing significantly in our domestic production of semiconductors. As you mentioned, the USICA Act, that is tens of billions of dollars of investment in America to invest in the domestic production of semiconductors. As we invest and become stronger, all of that is pursuant to our shared democratic values, which ultimately will accrue to the benefit of all of democracies and Europe that share our values.
Thank you very much. I think people let me know when the Prime Minister is back online, and we'll go back. Prime Minister, can you hear me now? The question was about how 3 Cs is a great example for other regional initiatives on trusted connectivity. Over to you, Prime Minister, from Poland. All right. Let me turn to another representative of the European Union. So I think one of the issues, Vice President, to you, you referred earlier to the European Connectivity Initiative. And now this is something that you launched in 2019. You signed an agreement with Japan. You had I think the European Parliament gave its resolution on connectivity earlier this year or late last year. You referred to the Council of Europe sort of agreement on the globally connected Europe. You will come out with the connectivity strategy sometime later this month or next. When you talked about earlier in connectivity, the words, whether it be sustainable, rule-based, transparent, comprehensive, those were the terms. Lately, the term geostrategic comes up often when Europe talks about connectivity. Europe also talks about it being a leader, a moral authority. So it's a soft power is about setting standards and moral authority. The hard power of Europe is its economic might. As an EU, one of the largest trading blocs, one of the largest markets. So I presume that geostrategic is merging the two, your soft and your hard power, talking about how this connectivity initiative is going to further both U.S. economic interest and the shared values. Is that the idea? And please feel free to share as to how you see the connectivity defining both European interests and ability to work with other like-minded partners.
Indeed, in EU we attach a lot of attention, one could say, to this concept of trusted connectivity and to the concept of human-centric digital transition. So when we are talking digital transition of economy, it's important that it respects human rights standards, that it respects data protection standards, privacy, that it's trustful artificial intelligence, that it allows for competition. So those are all approaches which are reflected in different EU initiatives and also in legislative proposals which are currently under discussion. So the question is indeed, how do we project this approach globally? And there are a number of avenues and a number of ways how we are cooperating with our international partners. Let's start with our neighborhood, where we are working on the initiative basically projecting the benefits of digital single market to our neighboring countries, so following all these approaches. If we talk about approach of global Europe and our also financing for neighborhood, for development cooperation, also there we have earmarked now 30% of funds going to the green transition and 10% of the funds going to the digital transition, once again following the same principles. When we discuss our bilateral initiatives with like-minded partners, I already mentioned the Trade and Technology Council, which we'll inaugurate later this month, where we'll be coordinating this approach with United States. So building a transatlantic leadership in this area, because I think we share many of those approaches and values as regards respect of human rights, respect of democracy, data protection, and so on and so forth. And finally, we also work internationally, for example, in the context of the World Trade Organization, in a context of, for example, e-commerce negotiations, where we are defending the same standards in the international WTO negotiations. Indeed, we are, as you outlined, we are combining both. We are using also our power as the world's largest trading bloc to project our values outside the EU, and we are using other policies, our digital agenda, but also our trade policy, for example, to project those values internationally. Thank you.
Thank you again. We'll go back to Warsaw and the Prime Minister from Poland. And Mr. Prime Minister, I really appreciate your patience, and we cannot wait to hear about your vision and how 3Cs is a good model for trusted connectivity for other regional initiatives. Over to you, sir.
Not at all. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
That's very good. Well, first, let me thank Kaya for organizing this forum, because in the new era, trusted connectivity is extremely important, and I believe that we should really invest our time, effort, and money in this initiative. One or two sentences about the 3Cs initiative itself. Many of you know that we try to build appropriate platform for infrastructure development, but first and foremost, 3Cs initiative is a platform to bring together the transatlantic community even closer, which is the European Union and the United States plus Canada, which is so important for all sorts of proliferation of values, as Valdis mentioned, but also to strengthen our alliance vis-à-vis all sorts of different jeopardies looming on the horizon. Now to all the infrastructure development, including digital within the realm of 3Cs. This we are doing with the aim of exploring the potential of 3Cs, which is this part of Europe, which was unfortunately left on the wrong side of the Iron Curtain post Second World War. But yet we have very dynamic young economies and societies eager to fight for in the global world, digital world, and we can capture this opportunity of our economies. And in particular, let me outline very briefly following comparison. In the 3Cs countries, we do not have huge behemoths, huge international, global, multinational companies. We have SMEs. And how SMEs can best capture opportunities from global market and from mutually beneficial trade and so on and so forth. They can do this through digital in particular, but they cannot invest in security and cybersecurity. Kaya knows best, Valdis in Latvia and our friends in Lithuania, and we in Poland know very, very best how dangerous the cyber attacks from the East can be. So bringing all those aspects together, so transatlantic friendship, solid foundation for infrastructure development, trusted infrastructure development for SMEs in particular, gives is shooting several birds with one stone, because all of a sudden we are promoting vibrant SME community within the European Union. They are increasing. They stimulate increased competitiveness of the entire EU economy, and we give chance to young people, to young dynamic societies to create value added in our countries rather than creating yet another wave of migration, which we want to avoid. So all in all, in summary, building strong, trusted environment for digital economy in 3 Cs is in the interest of transatlantic community, in the interest of the EU, and in the interest of those countries which try to accelerate our growth to catch up with Western Europe as quickly as possible. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I think the point made on leading from the middle, so to speak, and be a good model to other countries in similar situation is quite potent. And appreciate your point about the need of digital for SMEs as a way going forward. I think great point. Secretary General, you pretty much embody trusted connectivity. It's a heck of a story from Belgium to Perth to Paris. It's a sort of a personal embodiment of trusted connectivity, perhaps. But OECD has been the intellectual hub, if one may say, about trust in government, trust in business, trust in infrastructure. And you alluded to today, as so did other panelists, that the Blue Dot network may very well be developed, as you are in the process of developing it in a certifying system, for individual infrastructure projects, whether they be digital or physical, as a certified, trusted connectivity infrastructure project. So thank you for all the good work OECD has done on that. Now, there's also discussion here about the need for a more broader, generic sort of a framework of trusted connectivity to talk amongst the connectivity initiative of EU, the 3 Cs initiative, the various ones that are going in the United States. The Build Back Better, I think, is a robust one. In democracies, one would expect more initiatives to come, as Secretary Raimondo referred to. I mean, we have a German election. I think the new German leader should very much talk about some other sort of initiative, that may be French initiative. So every time there'll be a democratic election, there will be new named initiatives. But we need an organizing framework, as was alluded by Prime Minister and the President of Estonia. So I'd like to have your thoughts. So you're working very well at the micro level at certifying trusted connectivity Blue Dot network. What thoughts may OECD provide to help like-minded democracies in sort of fine-tuning, refining this overall trusted connectivity macro framework so we can talk across issues like Secretary Commerce talked about? Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much for that question. I mean, the OECD is the international organization that brings market-based democracies from all around the world together. When we were established 60 years ago, our founders gave us the job in our convention of preserving individual liberty and to increase the economic and social well-being of our people across the OECD and beyond. And you know, we do this as countries who do share a commitment to democracy, to human rights, to the rule of law, market-based economic principles. And indeed, we are focused on the expansion of global trade within the context of a rules-based system where, as much as possible, we can have a level playing field. So, as an organization, we are very much a trusted platform that brings together like-minded countries from around the world who have legitimate different perspectives because of different circumstances, different starting positions, different opportunities and challenges, but fundamentally a shared set of values and an important like-mindedness. And so we provide a platform for cooperation, finding the best possible solutions to the evolving challenges of our time. And the issue that we're discussing here today is, of course, very much one of those. We provide policy analysis, comparative policy analysis. We provide advice on policy best practice. And we also provide a platform to develop consensus and standards involving all of the different stakeholders across our member countries and beyond. And so in this space, and we've talked about the gamut of policy challenges when it comes to the digital transformation of our economies. I mean, it is very exciting what is possible, but it does come with a whole series of new risks and challenges and disruptions, including some very serious disruptions for people who see their jobs disappear and who might not remain connected to the future opportunities in this new economy, making sure that everyone has access to the infrastructure, that everyone has the training, the skills required in order to be able to participate and benefit, making sure that people can be safe, whether from privacy to cybersecurity, you name it. And so there is a broad policy spectrum of issues. And the OECD really is the organization that can bring like-minded countries from all around the world together to come up with the best possible ways forward. And Secretary Raimondo earlier talked about the issue of cross-border data flows with trust. Non-democratic countries don't necessarily trouble themselves the same way we do, importantly and necessarily do, with privacy considerations and the like. But we have to equally find a way to achieve scale and easy cross-border transfer of data flows, for example, in a way that is consistent with our values. That's just one example. Artificial intelligence. The OECD does a lot of work there to make sure that artificial intelligence is deployed in a way that is consistent with our democratic values, that is human-centric. You really ought to see the OECD as a platform to facilitate cooperation that brings people together, that brings governments and private sector and civil society stakeholders together, and that comes up with standards that hopefully over time we can all agree on to give us a level playing field within which we can maximize the opportunities from the digital transformation and other opportunities.
So there's a long answer to say you're game for working on trusted connectivity as we go forward.
Well, I thought I could have said it in one word, but I thought you wanted me to expand. Sorry.
No, I appreciate it. Well, now that I'm going to ask a series of questions to you, Mr. Vice President and Madam Secretary, on the US-Europe collaboration. As you referred, you saw a lot of reference to Leonard Merry, and there was a Leonard Merry conference which preceded this one just last 3-4 days. Where I think very bright minds and senior leaders came and talked about it. The issue of China, of course, did come up. And there was a discussion because we were here about NATO, and there were points were made about what is NATO's new strategic outlook, and discussions were made about where it is Russia and China. And I think a very prescient observation was made by a French diplomat, I think Philippe Perrault and others said, that we are talking a lot about economic coercion and economic sort of competition when we look at strategic competition. And so there's a role for NATO, but this is an issue where we need to develop new sort of mechanism to talk about. And the people come to NATO often because there they have a platform and a history and a tradition, in their own words, to have frank, mature conversations among members on shared values, interests, and others. Now, when we talk about economic cooperation, we don't have a similarly developed, defined, purposeful, objective sort of platform, especially among those North Atlantic and US and Europe. And I think the TTC certainly provides a platform. So I'm going to ask you for the sort of the vision and the scope in degrees of TTC and how we go forward. Another very interesting discussion was made, and I think one ought to tip your hat off to the new Secretary General of the Europe's EEAS, Stefano Sannini, who put to rest, he said, all this talk about EU getting caught between US and China, that is, it's inaccurate, nonsensical, and for that one is a strategic partner, the other one is a strategic competitor. Though I may say that some in the crowd were a little confused which one was that from the discussion. But nonetheless, I think it was made clear that one was a strategic partner, the other one was a strategic. So as we go forward, and there was another discussion earlier referred to that, somehow the GDP of the autocracy may outrank the GDP of democracies. Connectivity is the Europe's geostrategic play, by their own words, and the way that interest and values are going to be. They have signed partnerships in connectivity with Japan and with India, the two of the four Indo-Pacific Quad nations. If you were to put the economic might of Europe and US together, that is a very formidable exercise in looking at how in this trusted connectivity we move forward. I think there's a very formidable thing. We don't have particularly a platform. So when we talk in NATO, it's a very member-centric, so every members can have a discussion. And because you're talking about military side of stuff. On the economic side, the strongest partnership at the moment is between US and EU as one Europe, more than perhaps even with individual members. So in this context, as we go forward, and you look at it, since we don't have a platform, TTC is the best platform we've got, which is about to be established. I'd really like to ask you, I think we don't, without getting into the details and referring to all the things that you mentioned, Secretary, about, we've got more in common than we have differences that we can talk through, we can work through these things. We'll keep an eye on the bigger issue, as President Biden mentioned, between autocracies and democracy. How do you see that, the TTC, as a platform, as you're going to be talking about it in Pittsburgh later this month, as this platform where we're going to come together and talk about shared interest and shared values? And we're not going to be detracted by all the things which divides us, but keep a single focus just by the time we take to talk about things. We say we are shared, but we spend a lot of time talking about our differences. How are we going to build that part as we go forward? And to the degree you think trusted connectivity and these sort of frameworks can help in that way, please feel free to comment. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll say we are looking forward to our engagement in the TTC with great optimism. And I suppose, short answer to your question is we need to post concrete outcomes. So we could talk at great length about our shared values, and we should do that because it's important and accrues to the benefit of the whole world. But I think our job is to identify a few specific areas of engagement and then a few specific concrete outcomes. And the quicker we move to those, quick wins, if you will, the better I think we will be. Also, I think it's, you develop the muscle of working together to solve problems by solving problems. And so that's why, as one of the co-chairs for America, that will be my inclination, which is very pragmatic approach. We are still finalizing our agenda, but the topics will include supply chains, critical supply chains. It's in all of our interest that these supply chains are secure on democratic soil. Semiconductors. We've talked all morning about the digitization of the world. The building block of digitization is semiconductors, microprocessors, and we are the EU and America it's in our interest to have more semiconductor production in the EU and in the US. The proper way to regulate platform companies. We need a deeper engagement around that discussion. Privacy shield. The list is significant, and I suppose I'll just reiterate what I said, which is fundamentally, we have the same view of privacy, of human rights, of democratic values, standards, for example, setting the standards. Who will set the standards of cybersecurity? Who will set the standards of artificial intelligence? Valdis talked eloquently about human-centered approach to digitization. Well, setting the rules of the road cannot be left to autocratic governments. It has to be on us. So I think within that long list of vital topics, we will have to come up with a few specific areas, and I've spoken with my counterparts in the EU, and I think we're all aligned that we have to find a few concrete wins and show the world that, in fact, we can have this problem solving across the Atlantic.
Well, thank you very much. And I think, again, just for the audience sake, the TTC has two co-chairs from both sides, so we're very lucky here to have one of those two right here, Secretary of Commerce from the United States and the U.S. Trade Representative, and the Vice President here and the Trade Representative from the EU side. So let me turn it over to you after the Secretary's comment. I think there's enough there, and more than enough, for us to sort of smoothen between US and Europe on issues related to privacy and interoperability and data flows and others. So I think enough time there. What are your specific vision to taking your connectivity initiative, your globally connected Europe, and talk with America on this shared outside affirmative thing, how US and Europe is going to work together in addressing, as President Biden talked, the most important issues on people's mind in emerging nations, basically connectivity, whether it be digital or physical. So your thoughts on your vision of the TTC and what the positive agenda would be for the rest of the world. Why would it matter for the world that you guys are talking in Pittsburgh on TTC?
Indeed, as regards TCC, I could say also from the European Union side, expectations are high, and we are very much looking forward for the inaugural meeting later this month. Secretary Raimondo already outlined a range of topics we'll be focusing, and I agree very much on this practical problem-solving approach that we need to work together, find practical solutions to different issues we are facing, and find a way how we coordinate our approach internationally, be it standard setting or other issues related also to connectivity. Then from the trade side, I can add also some areas where we'll be focusing now as a priority. It concerns export controls and investment screening, where those are also important issues when we discuss global technological leadership. And it's clear, if EU and US work together, we are much better placed to set also the standards which have a potential to become international standards if we are trying to do it each separately, because clearly there are other countries also working in this direction. So it's important that we actually are combining our efforts and working together.
All right, I'll give you a little bit of the play of where we're going to talk a little bit about the political impact of digital and trusted connectivity with the true Prime Minister, and then I'll come back and talk as much as we can on interoperability as a term, but interoperability not only in data flows, but interoperability in being able to talk to each other across different initiatives or trusted connectivity. Trusted connectivity is by definition an interoperable framework. That's the very by definition it is. And interoperability related to how do we work together in delivering. So this is what I'll be asking down so you can think a little bit about it. One other thing, a preview before I move to the Prime Ministers. Connectivity again is the global theme, as was referred to, and it's great to have the President here from the European Council and you. You've again signed the connectivity agreement with India and Japan. So if you look at, you've signed agreements amongst 3 of the top 5 global economies. You have a high agenda. Every time you talk about connectivity, the last time you did it on the 2 other agreements you wanted to sign, one with the US and perhaps another one with ASEAN. So by end of this today, maybe you guys, both the co-chair, the TTC, can talk about whether we can look forward to a US-EU trusted connectivity agreement. It would make sense. I mean, you talk about it, you've beaten around all the bush on this thing, so I would like to see whether that's in the play. Is it a positive agenda? You'll talk about it, you'll do something on it, because that'll have tremendous symbolic. And then you've got the Quad, 3 out of the 4 of the Indo-Pacific Quad and US-EU coming together. And I'll put one more word so you guys think about it before I come back to it. There's a lot of talk about protected Europe. I reckon one way of protecting yourself was to make this sort of impregnable wall in which you've got a connectivity agreement between Europe and US and Japan and India. That'll, I presume, enhance the protection of Europe as it goes forward. Let me turn over to the two prime ministers, because we talked a little bit about the economics, and I think we alluded to the importance of trusted connectivity. It is unthinkable, and the president's not here, President Estonia, she gave a very good speech on the moral posture, the need for a moral posture on talking about leading from the front on the values. Going forward, in democracies, because democracy and technology is inextricable nowadays. You talk about an IED, you guys vote electronically. We stand in lines, but I reckon by in 2 decades or so, we may also vote electronically. So in that case, we will have a place where democracy and technology, not only for business sense, will be so linked, and voting will largely happen that way. And the threats of cybersecurity and others, the manipulation, the resiliencies of the very government will be so impacted by this thing. And obviously you guys are on the front line of this mess, of the individual messing, whether it's a bots or some other social campaigns run by malign actors. You would be perhaps strengthened by having an ID. It's difficult to do bot attacks when you have an electronic ID than just kind of going on it. All these things are there, so I want the two prime ministers' views on how important and almost inexcusable or undeniable that you have to have trusted connectivity for democracies not only to deliver, but even to exist as we go forward, because it'll be intertwined into your democratic processes. So I'll turn first to the Prime Minister from Poland and have your views on it, and then I'll come over to Prime Minister Estonia. So over to you, sir, Prime Minister of Poland.
Thank you. Well, I couldn't agree more that in order to really perform the new procedures, we have to have this trusted and very much reliable platform, because we have examples of invasion of malign activity of actors from all over the place, but in particular from East and Far East. And the democracy is such a serious thing that we should be extremely secure prior to introducing any new procedures from this point of view, which you mentioned, Kaush. The other thing is, we spoke here about values and democracy and exporting values and so on. I think that the Arab Spring and some other phenomena of recent times should teach us some lessons. There was an attempt of exporting democracy to Syria and Libya and some other countries in Middle East, and the result of it we know very well. So the democracies of Western hemisphere, we should really be very vigilant and careful of exporting values, because values are differently understood in different geographies. And we have to take this into account, because we can do more harm than good. With good intentions, we can fail. The other comment which I'd like to make to your other comment, Kaush, is this about improving conditions for data sharing. And here I think that we, the Western Hemisphere, we transatlantic community plus Japan and India indeed, and some other democracies, we could really work on new standards, first of all for data sharing, and this would help to strengthen the security aspect of all the internal procedures related to voting and other critical acts of democracy. But this is a very much missing link in terms of capturing the new benefits generated by the data economy. So it is very crucial to improve the conditions, to build the conditions for data sharing across like-minded countries. We should not isolate ourselves, but work together on developing platforms for data exchange, as it will facilitate collaboration in private area, in private businesses as well, or between private businesses. And here, I don't want to open any new area which was mentioned briefly by one of my predecessors, but the 5G and security around 5G is something which we very much, which we focus on and we watch very closely these days as well. Over to you, Kasia.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
Yes, thank you. I think we focus so much on challenges and not about what is it all about. When we talk about or we talk to people and we talk to companies, then the issue is that they are online. So they are doing everything online. People are living their lives online practically. So the governments have to be there as well. And what is the role of the governments is to provide, these basic rules for this. I mean, for every business, for every family even, EIDs, digital identities is a good example of this trust online. Because what is the fundamental issue there? Is that how do you really know with whom are you doing business? I really love this cartoon where two dogs are, behind the computer. And one says to the other, well, I didn't know that you can do this because you're a dog. And the other one says, well, the power of the internet is that nobody knows you're a dog. How we really build this trust with whom we are dealing and with whom people are dealing online. Plus, different issues of trust. When we talk about children, they can't access certain services offline, but they can access those services online because nobody really checks their IDs. And therefore, we need a common framework. And this is not only about the infrastructure, but also about the way we operate. And of course, I don't understand why we are the only ones who vote online. I really don't know, because it's so convenient. I mean, if there is this trust issue, then, the governments have to work on this. And of course, we can share best practices here to develop. And cybersecurity, I totally agree. It's an issue that we have to develop and also share common practices, common issues. Also, when somebody has been attacked, what kind of tools have been used, all this. And this is all basis for building this trusted connectivity.
Thank you. And feel free, the panelists, now to respond and engage if on that wait. So anything you want to say to that?
Well, I was pleased to hear you thought we could get there in 20 years to be online voting.
Well, it is inherently American to be optimistic, I think. So I think but you may raise an important point in which that in the trusted connected digital world, sooner or later, all of us will have to come to a digital ID. In America, I've suggested that we have to have a social security number. We'll have to turn it into a digital social security number, in essence, to sort of engage in these sort of discussions. And it's not just Estonia, who always punches above its weight, but also a country like India now has a biometric ID system, Aadhaar, which almost 800 million people are on it. So they haven't done it now, but I would presume that they sue as soon. Once you have an ID, then it'll not be that far to then say, okay, why don't we vote? Because that's what you have to go to voting block and make sure you are who you are. So this is why this is an important topic. It's so important to have trusted connectivity, because that hits home a lot more than talking about Amazon and Microsoft.
Just to say briefly, joking aside, you asked earlier how the investments America is making in ourselves will help. It is to all of this, which is to say investments in secure networks, investments in 5G, investments in 6G, investments in semiconductors, cybersecurity, broadband, know your customer. I mean, these are all the investments that we are making and intend to and need to make in the coming years that will enable us to move more towards interoperability, but also security in the digital world.
Sure. Over to you, Secretary General. I mean, I think this issue, little bit, we talked a lot about the trust, and certainly you're doing, God's work on the project related to the personal data, private industry, government, and all the rest of it. But this element of trusted connectivity, IED, into the political processes, is that something that OECD has either done some work or looked at it? Because that's a very important and a very near future that we'll all have to sort of look at, and it'd be great to hear what your thoughts are. I mean, I'm not saying putting you in a point, but it'd be good to think.
Well, I mean, look, in the end, all of the issues that we're discussing here today, we need to find the best possible approaches, and different countries do things best in different areas, and it's always important to learn from each other's successes and also from each other's, I guess, failures. And I mean, that is what the OECD does across all of these areas. And in the end, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, digital identity, will be inevitable globally eventually, but it's going to be important to do that with the right safeguards. And I think the point that the Prime Minister made, in the end, the regulatory safeguards in the physical world have developed over a very long time. And as the digital world continues to become more and more all-encompassing, it's going to be important to catch up to make sure that people can feel and be safe, that businesses can feel and be safe in the way they operate, so that we really can maximize those benefits and opportunities that come with the digital transformation.
Thank you very much. Now, a series of questions on interoperability for both of our European American sort of representative and counterparts here. In moving sort of the trusted connectivity framework forward. So I mean, the Tallinn consensus, the trusted connectivity, it is really asking for an interoperable framework for democracies to talk across their various similar initiatives in delivering for what President Biden called the most important things in most important people's mind, which are all the global citizens and emerging nations, not only in our countries. So interoperability is an important element. We use it in the data, but also I want to talk a little bit about development financing. You mentioned it. So if we're going to say we're going to work together, at some point that needs to be some interoperability within the US DFC and Exim Bank and the European EIB and EBRD, so that we can not only talk the same talk, but at the same time help each other finance and give private sector solutions to these things. Now, of course, before we all live in glass houses, so we talk about interoperability before, we got a lot of interoperability, interagency coordination within our own country, then we got to go. So it's all the challenges of democracies with autocracies don't face. But nonetheless, in that, I think I'd like to hear first your thoughts, Madam Secretary, and then yours, Mr. Vice President. I mean, DFC is a good example. I mean, we went from the United States, the Development Finance Corporation, from asking for an American company to be a necessary component for investment to be a preferred component. And so as a result, we were able to work, like the point was just made by the Australian Prime Minister on the submarine cable, the one he referred to, the Coral Sea submarine linking up to the Palau, and the Palau submarine cable links up to California. I mean, that was done through a DFC investment working with Japanese and Australian counterparts. So your thoughts on what we have done now and what we can talk more about, and maybe a topic of discussion at the TTC at how we can build that up, Madam Secretary.
Yeah, so a few thoughts. I think fundamentally this is more than just about money, which is to say We do need to make investments in infrastructure in the developing world, in low and middle income countries, in the developed world. We need to make these investments. And as we talked about last night, I think there's a huge appetite, particularly in the American private sector, to make these investments in Europe, in the EU, in Estonia, in Africa, in the developing world. But it isn't just money. And in fact, we see that happening around the world now. There are autocratic governments making large investments of money in infrastructure. However, without regard to sustainability, climate, human rights, forced labor, privacy. And so whether it is the Blue Dot Network, which is an excellent certification system, or Build Back Better World, or just an umbrella of trusted connectivity, the point is kind of packaging investments and certifying them as being done pursuant to a certain set of standards related to our democratic values, human rights, labor standards, and climate. That's what's necessary, I think, in order to unleash the capital, whether that is public sector capital, or quasi-public like the DFC, or pure private sector. So I think what we need to do is, if we're going to move beyond, governmental MOUs, which are, by the way, very important because they send a strong market signal of collaboration among democracies. Important, but I'd say necessary but insufficient. If we're going to move beyond that to actually getting deals done, then we have to do a better job of, getting the deals ready for investment. And that's what all of this interoperability, whichever one of these certification systems or frameworks or all of the above, we have to lean into it and start investing the money into projects pursuant to these, values. I think that's kind of the necessary set of next steps.
No, thank you very much. So under this umbrella of trusted connectivity that Madam Secretary referred to and various initiatives we have, of course, we need to take baby steps, but it's just the signaling the intent for going there. It'd be great to hear your thoughts as to how you think. Again, Europe spends more money on these issues as an entity than a lot of others. Okay, both in your neighborhood, and it is the irony of global proportions that something like C+17 gets more noise than all the money that EU spends in the neighborhood, which is in orders of magnitude more. So one of the things is because we don't have a way to talk and better job, as Prime Minister said earlier. So think about what and you're welcome to join in. So since you're nodding very well, President, there, you're welcome to join the conversation anytime you want with the mic. But over to you, Mr. Vice President.
First of all, I fully agree on this, as you outlined, as a strategic goal, as a vision that we should work on the trusted connectivity. We should work also in EU-US interoperability. But it must be said, we are not there yet. It's difficult to build EU-US interoperability if we do not have EU interoperability. How we exactly will interoperate. Earlier today, President Karjala asked this question, when we are going to have European digital ID where European citizen, a citizen of any EU member state, or a company registered in any EU country can be identified across the EU without any additional hassle. We are getting there. We are not there yet. So there is lots of work to do to actually ensure that there is interoperability across the EU. There is a proper single digital European identity. There is proper digital single market. And then we can ensure proper interoperability also with other countries and regions. Of course, that doesn't prevent us from cooperating already now. And there are a number of steps and a number of things which we we can do already now, and that's exactly what we'll be exploring and working on in our Trade and Technology Council. And also that's very much present in our cooperation with other regions and also within our development assistance programs. I can mention some initiatives like from the EU side, co-financing on Central African backbone, which is there to improve connectivity and regional interoperability in Central Africa. Bella submarine cable, strengthening the EU Atlantic Data Gateway platform. So many initiatives where we can already work. So, and indeed, so what we need to now really understand what are the practical steps we can take and actually take those practical steps and build it up right now by step, but having this long-term vision of trusted connectivity in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to say anything?
It was not my intention to take the floor, but it's so inspiring. I cannot resist. No, thank you for this opportunity. Just a few words. I fully agree with what has been said by Valdis. Of course, we need to work with the member states in order to coordinate and to strengthen the effort for a more common approach. But I'm very optimistic on this point. Why? Because I feel at the level of the European Council, the 27 European leaders, we are totally convinced that this is paramount to make progress as soon as possible, point one. Point two, another thought, if I may. My impression is the following. If we take climate change, what's the lesson? The lesson is the following. We have used and probably abuse the natural resources, and now we are understanding this is the limit. This is the end of this development economic model, and we are shifting, we are trying to consider climate change as a leverage in order to innovate and to transform our approach. And I think there is something similar with what we are developing in the field of data, digital data. Why? Because probably digital data will be the main resource of this century. And the big question for the liberal democracies in the United States, in Europe, with all our like-minded partners, is it possible not to make the same mistakes we made in the past with the natural resources? We should avoid abusing data, the resource of the future. Why? Because if we abuse the natural, if we abuse the data and this new resource, then we will lose the trust and the support of our citizens, because I'm totally convinced our citizens, they will not accept that their own data would be abused in the future. They will, the transparency on the way their own personal data will be used. And I hope, I'm optimistic, because we have started the last months very strong and substantive talks with the United States. I really hope that it will be possible for us together, the EU, the United States, with the other like-minded partners, to develop the same principles, to develop the same philosophy, to develop the same goals. And I understand we have different approaches, different models. Maybe there will be some differences, but it's also risky, because if we have too big differences, then we will face also big difficulties among us. And that's why it's very important to try to make progress, to converge as much as possible in this field. Sorry, I'm too long, and if you don't stop me, I will start a new speech. Thank you for this opportunity.
No, it's really value added, and I think your analogy between not making the mistakes of climate and data is right, and I think that's where the umbrella of trusted connectivity allows us to have unity among diversity. It's a unified approach amongst diverse applications, which by definition in democracies we will have. We're not an autocratic country, we don't follow just one line, we'll do it. But it allows us a framework to do that. So it seems like a general consensus, something that you alluded us earlier to, Prime Minister Kaus, to say, okay, trusted connectivity as an umbrella for us to talk about on shared and similar initiatives, fine. Going forward in this, we can perhaps talk about this and refine this through our OECD colleagues, but also in the TTC as we talked about it. and in the Quad Critical and Emerging Technologies Working Group. That's another platform for us to sort of keep refining the idea of trusted technology, trusted connectivity. And then interoperability amongst our connectivity and trust initiatives. That is something we'll continue to work on, whether, hopefully with a US-EU connectivity agreement, hopefully with all the things that you alluded to, Mr. President, over there. I think that will be a substantial thing. And if we really need to get and achieve the vision that President Biden articulated and Build Back Better, then we'll have to get to interoperability in our development financing as well. And I'm, again, proud that DFC is showing the way, but so that if there is a European company in Africa building something, that we are able to provide funding for it, as we did in Ethiopia for a Vodafone and Sumitomo for the 5G. There's no American company in it. So I think those are good examples. But now time is short, so I will ask for concluding thoughts on all this, and I'll start from our Secretary General to say, well, all this OECD can also, just building on your intellectual heft on trust, would be right to show us the way as we go forward, and then I'll move up the line.
Well, I mean, I think we've got to look at the exciting space we're in. I mean, the pandemic was terrible in many ways, but it has certainly really accelerated the digital transformation of our economies with all of the opportunities and benefits that come with it. And look at us here. I mean, we've got a great group of people from around the world, a lot of goodwill among like-minded peoples to find the best possible solutions for the way forward. Let's continue to build on it. I mean, the world in 2021 needs positive multilateral cooperation on all of those issues more than ever, and I'm very energized and excited by what I'm seeing here this morning.
Madam Secretary.
I agree totally with what Matthias said, and it's been my pleasure to be here. I'll use my final moment to pick up on something that was said briefly earlier, which is the necessity to help all of our citizens develop the skills necessary to be productive and get jobs and be competitive in this digital economy. We have to make sure that everybody is included and not left behind. It's essential for people to have opportunity, but also if we want all of our citizens to embrace the digital economy, they have to be able to participate fully in it. And so closing the digital divide isn't just providing broadband, it's making sure people have skills they need to get jobs. And I think that's in all of our shared interests and something I hope we take up with the TTC as well.
Outstanding. Over to you, I'll have you conclude, so over to you.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this summit for bringing up this issue. Indeed, it's something which will be very high on our agenda in coming months and years. And I think it helps to crystallize this concept and different work directions for this question of trusted connectivity. So I do look forward for a good cooperation within the EU and with like-minded partners internationally to bring this agenda forward. Thank you.
Prime Minister from Poland, from Warsaw, over to you, sir, for your concluding thoughts on where we go on trusted connectivity.
Well, I fully agree with what Valdis just said. I want to stress that Poland supports all sorts of different initiatives which lead to technological and scientific and regulatory cooperation between like-minded countries. And I also believe that this can greatly reduce the existing differences in the level of development between different countries. And at the same time, it can be such a trusted connectivity, can be also an attractive alternative to those who use technology as a potent tool to stifle democracy and freedom and so on. But also I would like to mention that we should bear in mind the technological position and the power of the international giants in that context, because they became so huge and dominant all over sectors and different parts of our life, that the democracies should also be quite watchful of on the development in this front. They can be our allies. They can help promoting values and at appropriate pace, as I said before. But at the same time, they have huge monopolistic power, and the European Union and the United States and other countries should be aware of those, because if we are not appropriately addressing those jeopardies, the SME sector will not flourish because we'll always be under huge pressure from those giants. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot. It appears, Prime Minister Kallas, that your idea of trusted connectivity that introduced it seems to have wide support as an organizing framework for, as President Biden mentioned, democracies coordinating and working with each other to deliver on the important parts of the global citizens and emerging nations. So I think an organizing framework, I'd be very surprised if this framework didn't show up in the connectivity strategy of the EU that's going to come out or be discussed at the TTC or at the Summit of Democracies. I presume it'll be there as things that you have brought our attention to. And then a commitment to sort of continue to refine it through these platforms, to engage OECD, to engage in working on it. So it appears you have at least the outline of your Tallinn consensus as you go. And when I first took on my job in my life, one of my mentors was a game warden from the hill country of Texas, named by Jack Ward Thomas, later the chief of U.S. Forest Service. And he always talked about when you get the key people together, magic happens. And so it appears like that's what you're able to sort of congregate here. I mean, you brought us all together. You talked about a small country and quoted Leonard Murray and said that you have a sea, you're not small. But Churchill also said in Harvard that we are now engaging in the world where these empires of mind, and empires of mind, there are no small countries, and yours is a very large country to bring us together and be able to provide the guidance on Tallinn consensus so that we can share hands on a common cause. Over to you, Prime Minister.
Yes, well, you can have a lot of quotes about small countries, but one is from Europe, that there are two types of countries, those who are small and those who don't know yet that they are small. But anyway, coming to this point, I think we have different initiatives. I think building the Tallinn consensus is on connecting them all. What was very clear from these discussions, and I hopefully we'll see the continuing discussions during the day as well, is that we have common set of values. We have very many things that we agree on. So why don't we just start from the things that we agree and then move to the more difficult things? And coming from a small and very flexible country, and also being most of my time still working in private practice before I became a politician, I would say that, let's start moving. So, let's just take step by step, but start moving and get to this union of all these initiatives in order to really push forward the democratic principles that we all agree on. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't say any better words than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our distinguished panel. I think you've given us our marching orders now. However, there's also a saying that an army marches on its stomach. So to this end, we're now going to break for lunch. On the other side of the doors, we have lunch waiting for you. Let me also just share a few logistical notes about the afternoon. When we reconvene, we will do so in 3 parallel sessions. Here, discussing trusted connectivity as an overall concept, starting with the question of cybersecurity. On stage 1, by the entrance, where we will discuss how the 3 Cs initiative and other similar regional initiatives can contribute to trusted connectivity. And finally, on stage 2, downstairs, we will talk about digital public infrastructure and how we come to, how connectivity turns into a broader sense of multiple types of digital infrastructure. So with that, I ask the heads of delegation to stay here for a moment. We have a family photo to take, and I thank everyone for their attention and their contributions this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you all had a very productive and I hope also thought-provoking lunch. Before we continue, a quick reminder that you are encouraged to use the hashtag TDS2021 if you're posting anything online in Twitter or other social media about what's going on here. And now we've broken into 3 separate parallel discussions to take the agenda that was given to us by our leaders and really start unpacking that and looking at different aspects of what trusted connectivity would be about. And in particular, here on this stage, we're going to start talking about cybersecurity, which really, in some sense, is at the very core of trusted connectivity, and perhaps also the source of some of the largest challenges to achieving trusted connectivity. And so we're going to start with a difficult question that has bedeviled governments for the last decade and a half that they've consciously been dealing with cybersecurity, which is the question of bridging the gap in cybersecurity funding. And to provoke us a little bit on this topic, I'd like to invite to the stage the Minister of Entrepreneurship and Information Technology of the Republic of Estonia, Mr. Andres Sutt.
Tere päevast! Okay, I will switch to English. So very warm welcome and very happy to see you in the hall, but also in behind the screens. So it's my great pleasure and honor to address you today here on a topic which is very close to my heart. It is a topic which keeps me, and I suspect also many of you, awake at night. And of course, I'm talking about cybersecurity. About the threats, but also about successful cyber attacks, which have disturbed our lives here and well beyond our borders, and which are on a rapid rise. And it has an impact on our daily lives as people, as businesses, as governments. Cybersecurity is one of the household topics we all know something about. We know it's a topic experts talk about. We have all heard that there have been successful cyber attacks, but usually they are far away from our home, and that sometimes gives a degree of complacency. And that's why I think cybersecurity is not sufficiently or is not always at the top of our political or business agenda. Also, if we look at the financing side, cybersecurity is oftentimes seen as a cost center, doesn't generate the revenues. But then you have also the real, so to say, political or business priorities, where you need to secure funding, be it on developing further IT solutions, building new roads, schools, hospitals, so on and so forth. And yes, granted, we have already done a fair bit in cybersecurity. Estonia, as one of the most advanced digital nations, ranks number 3 in ITU Global Cybersecurity Index. So that's good. Our EID and X-Road provide for a secure, trusted, and a safe method to share data between different government databases, and has allowed us to digitalize 99% of public services in Estonia, including the elections, which is important. At the EU level, there are also a number of initiatives. We talk about NIS Directive, GDPR, eIDAS regulation, and Cybersecurity Act. These steps are all important and have helped us to move forward, to protect ourselves, our countries in the business and cyber domain. However, faced with a growing threats today, these measures will not have a tangible effect if we don't boost investing into cybersecurity. Now, if I were to sit on the other chair than the Minister of IT in Estonia, I probably would say cybersecurity is a topic for IT experts and that real urgent issues lay elsewhere. But there is one thing I have learned in my almost 25 years in managing financial crisis and regulating the financial industry. You always need to assess the risks at present, but also in the future, and then ask, what could go wrong in the future, and what is my plan if things go wrong? And the future, dear colleagues and friends, is looking increasingly cloudy from a perspective of a cyber. We all know that over the last 2 years, the trend of moving towards the digital society has been on a fast-forward mode. COVID has pushed us to open new frontiers in digital solutions and very rapidly develop new technologies to accommodate the need to do things virtually. As a way out of a pandemic, digital transition is seen as a way or a pathway to remodel our economies and societies. The EU alone is investing some 130 billion from recovery funds into the digitalization. And then, of course, if you think of private sector investment, which is counted in trillions globally, it is obvious that we will just accelerate our digital transition as societies, as businesses, as citizens. And the relocation of our daily lives into the digital sphere, of course, will bring many benefits, but also the risks and threats that need to be managed. These are all manageable, but they need to be managed. We don't need to look far to find examples of a successful cyber attacks. So if I take example of Kaseya recently or SolarWinds, they have become all more common. Attacks against critical infrastructure, such as energy pipelines or healthcare systems, have become equally more common. And ransomware attacks have also become more common. There has been an increase in the number of ransomware attacks by 228% in the first half of this year. And of course, it makes the business increasingly profitable for the criminals. It is estimated that the cost of cyber attacks and criminality will grow up to $6 trillion a year. And that, obviously, is a big amount of money, and where entry barriers are very low today, and where ransomware is offered as a service. Ladies and gentlemen, we must set cybersecurity as a cornerstone of a digital transition ahead. Else, we will only be growing and creating new vulnerabilities for our societies and await passively until another cyber attack occurs. I therefore ask our dear ministers, the CEOs, and experts, and the audience here today, to take a brief moment and reflect how well we are prepared today to deal with the cyber incidents going forward. How well is the public sector and businesses prepared to handle the incidents we saw in Sweden this summer when 800 grocery stores were shut down for a week? Or if our hospitals and medical services are paralyzed by a ransomware like we witnessed in Ireland? I trust you agree with me that it would be far better to minimize the probability of a successful attack in the first place, rather than to deal with the consequences. Cybercrime is a global business. that needs global coordinated response. We need to put the cybersecurity onto our actual priority lists. This is my ask today. It is for the sake of keeping and strengthening the trust, what has been many times emphasized here, the trust of people into the digital world. And we all know that the trust of people is a cornerstone of any society, digital or analog. In order to keep the trust of people and make our goals and efforts measurable, we need to do two things. One, to establish internationally agreed and unified methodology how to measure the level of cybersecurity investments or cyber preparedness. And two, set the target for the level of investments into the cybersecurity as a percentage earmarked for each IT budget. Public, private, both are equally important. This will allow us better to understand what makes up cybersecurity, how well we are positioned individually and as democracies collectively. In parallel to the work of a unified methodology, which I believe the OECD is well placed to lead, we should also start the debate or discussion to set the minimum benchmark for investments into the cybersecurity among the like-minded countries. Our aim should be no less than to agree on a global framework on cybersecurity. Just like the NATO has a 2% target for the defense expenditures of 2% of GDP, where methodology is clear and all governments are accountable for meeting that target. So we need to have a comparable milestone benchmark methodology for cybersecurity. To conclude, my friends, the threats in the cyberspace will not disappear. They will intensify as we continue to move further into the digital domain. So we need to make sure that we are safe and protected in this new digital world. This requires international cooperation, a shared understanding and assessment of cybersecurity risks, and the necessary investment to mitigate these risks. To act otherwise would be simply to wait for the next incident to happen. Therefore, if you take one message away from Tallinn Digital Summit, it is that we need to be serious about cybersecurity, and let's start from here. I thank you for listening, and I hope you all remember to change your passwords regularly and not to 123 QWERTY. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for these very direct and very specific action points for us to work on this afternoon. Before we go on and talk about how we can make a leap into a more resilient cyberspace, we spoke with a number of experts, and we asked them a question. Society's dependence on digital services is growing, and cyber threats are becoming more dangerous. How should countries make a bigger leap to ensure the security of cyberspace? And here are their answers.
Societies across the globe have been in a mad rush to develop both commercial and public services digitally. The problem is that there's been far too little concern about the security side of things. So you have digital services with that actually reduce dramatically the security of people's personal data. Clearly, the way to go is to, first of all, to make sure everyone has a secure digital identity, that you have a distributed architecture so that you don't lose everything at one go if you are attacked. And third, you really need to worry about data integrity, having data changed. Those are the three pillars of a secure digital society or of a digital business. And without those, you will always be at risk.
Cybersecurity business is an intelligence business. In order to stay ahead of your adversaries, you need to share information about threats, your weaknesses, etc., etc. It is key that you create these kind of trusted communities where you share information with your friends, with your allies, to stay ahead of the curve.
Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, dear participants of the summit. How should countries make a bigger leap to ensure cybersecurity? We at the EU Agency for Cybersecurity have been observing the incidents that have happened across critical sectors. In 2019, there were 432 incidents with significant impact. In 2020, there were 742 significant incidents. This is an increase of 72%. And our threat landscape tells us that these incidents are going to increase over the years to come. Cybersecurity is a complex matter, and there is no good indicator to tell us whether we are doing the right thing, which will have an impact. But one indicator that we can all observe is the investments. ENISA did a study last year and found out that our operators of essential services invest 41% less as their counterparts in the United States. Driving investments into cybersecurity, into the skills, the knowledge, and technology will help us to manage these incidents better and mitigate the impact of these incidents. So it is up to each country and the Union overall to see what kind of incentives have we put into our regulatory and political framework to drive these investments. Thank you.
And now to continue, we have an impressive panel of IT and digital ministers, starting with Minister Andres Suit. Federal Minister for Digital and Economic Affairs of Austria, Margarete Schramböck. Minister of State for Public Procurement and E-Government of Ireland, Mr. Ossian Smith. Minister for Communications and Information of Singapore, Ms. Josephine Teo. Here we go. And Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport of the United Kingdom, Mr. Oliver Dowden. And our moderator for this discussion is the National Cybersecurity Policy Director of the Republic of Estonia, Mr. Raul Rikk.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Estonia and welcome to the cybersecurity panel. We have a little bit over an hour to discuss about this matter, and I hope that we are going to have a great discussion. So, but first of all, I want to say that it's my real pleasure to be here among all of you, among the leaders, thinkers, and experts whose responsibility is to shape and also secure our digital future. And that's exactly what this panel is about. Regarding the arrangements, we have structured the panel this way, that we have divided it into 3 parts. So first, we will talk about cyber threats and the global cybersecurity landscape. Secondly, we will talk about the measures to improve cybersecurity nationally and also internationally. And finally, we are going to talk about how to make the leap to improve cyber resilience. Because as Minister Sutt mentioned in his speech, the landscape has changed. We have witnessed several different influential cyber attacks around the world. And also what we have seen during the COVID period is that digitalization is fast forward. So people are using more and more digital systems and devices. And so the big question is how to make the leap in order to ensure that our digital future is safeguarded. But before I start with the questions to the panelists, I will share with you the results of an interesting study that was done in Estonia a couple of years ago. So it was the time when we planned a long-term development strategy for the next 15 years in Estonia. And we asked people that how they wanted to see Estonia, what they thought were the most important values that needed to be addressed. And what was surprising was that we got more than 14,000 answers. And the results are here. From the panel side, it's a little bit hard to see the chart, but the audience at least can see. So why I like to show this chart is because the most valued or the most important value seems to be security in Estonia. And of course, working in the cybersecurity side, I like that chart, and these people who are dealing with other areas, they are probably showing other charts where their respective area is the first one. But this shows that cyber and security really matters. But what was also a little bit surprising to us was that efficiency and innovation that is prominent in digital development side is at the end of the chart. It's not in the first place. So it raises the question that do Estonian people really want innovation, or they want more security? I believe that they actually want both. They want innovation, but they want trusted innovation. They don't just want something new, they want something they can rely on. So that's why I think that we need trusted connectivity, as it was discussed in the morning. We need trusted infrastructure, but also we need trusted innovation. And now let's go to the questions. As I mentioned, and as it was in the speech of Minister Sutt as well, so the landscape has changed, we believe so. And the first question is that, I actually put 2 questions together. So first part of the question is that, what has been the most influential cyber incident or a pressing issue in your country recently that has shaped your thinking of cybersecurity and also has shaped the policy of cybersecurity? So a little bit personal touch from your country. And the second part of the question is that how would you describe the current cyber threat landscape nationally and internationally? How do you feel that? We have a little bit shared how we feel about that in Estonia, but what is your kind of like insight or understanding? What is the world we live in these days? And I would like to start with Ireland, because we all know that you suffered the ransomware attacks this year. So maybe you can give a little bit your view on that. So please, Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I live in Ireland. And if you ran that survey that you just showed on the screen and you asked people, what is your primary concern? What kind of Ireland do you want to live in? Security would not be the first item. I can guess that it wouldn't be security. And people do not feel insecure living in Ireland. It is an island on the outermost coast of Europe. And, you know, maybe you don't know, but when the Roman Empire was there, Julius Caesar just did not go as far as Ireland. They just didn't continue that far. So the water around us has been our security, our remoteness, and our lack of money, I suppose, historically as well. So there were a lot of reasons not to come into Ireland. But the big change, I suppose, now is that when you launch a cyber attack, it doesn't matter what country you attack. And it doesn't matter where you are, you can attack it just as easily no matter where that country is in the world. So we're no longer protected by those oceans around us by being remote from other places. And that came home to us in May of this year when Ireland suffered a devastating cyber attack. And at that time, I was the minister responsible for cybersecurity, which nobody knew until that day, the 13th of May. And on that day, I got a phone call very early in the morning to say that our health service had been attacked. The attack was so complete or so devastating that every computer in the entire health service was shut down. Not just the servers, I'm talking about everybody's laptop, every computer in every office within the entire health service. So this is a health service serving 5 million people, 100,000 employees. We give them 22 billion euros to run their service for the year. It's a big operation, shut down completely and reverting to pen and paper. And that has an effect, you know. So this was a criminal attack. It was not espionage. It was not a state actor. It was a criminal gang, and they had left their name on the ransom notes on every machine, and the name of the gang was well known. And we were very quickly contacted by the Polish, and we're very grateful to them for that, because they had direct experience with this particular criminal gang, and they could advise us about what their method of attack was, what their method of operation was, and how to deal with them. So I guess this is certainly the most intense and the most damaging cybersecurity attack in Irish history, but possibly also in European history. So it was a huge attack. The attackers demanded $20 million. I understand they didn't give a ransom in Bitcoin because Bitcoin's a very volatile currency, so they wanted to make sure they got the $20 million worth. But in fact, of course, we paid them nothing. We didn't negotiate with them. But the eventual cost was probably 5 times that amount of money. So although we got all our data back, although they didn't publish any of our data, so the 2 major threats that come with a ransomware attack of publishing your data or destroying your data, we didn't suffer from those things. But despite that, the cost was certainly above $100 million. So that was our experience, and you could say that was a wake-up call and started a political debate about how we protect our vital infrastructure. And my message to you and to any of you who are in this room is that in your own country, you could wake up one morning and find that some element of your critical infrastructure no longer works. You know, some part of it perhaps that you hadn't even thought about. So, you know, your water doesn't work, or your electricity, or your gas isn't flowing, or there's no internet. In our case, it was no healthcare service. That can happen overnight. And all of those vulnerabilities are there. And really, we need to find a way to prevent them, because prevention is always going to be more effective than cure.
Thank you very much. What about Austria? Have you experienced something similar, or you have your own story?
Yes, so first of all, thank you for the invitation. Very happy to be here. My first visit as a minister was to Estonia, and I'm happy to be here the second time now. What happened in Austria was, yes, a ministry of ours, so it was the Ministry of External Affairs, was heavily attacked in 2020. So I took some time to get rid of the attack and to solve the issue. So I fully agree with my colleague, so that investment in this early enough is important. I originally come from IT industry, and I've been in ICT for 22 years. I've been selling cybersecurity solutions myself. So I know how often decision makers think now it's not necessary now, and it is so high cost. Of course, it's like an insurance. But today you can be assured that this investment is really good, both from state side and both from companies. In Austria, I'm at the moment, and when I look across Europe, I think it's the same in all countries, also worried about our small and medium-sized companies. So we do have the state, We have state organizations, we have individuals, we have companies, large-sized and small-sized companies. And in Austria, our GDP and our companies, 98% of them are small and medium-sized. So they lack the knowledge and then lack the experience, the IT knowledge that is needed. So this is something where we see attacks increasing. For example, a milk company, a regional milk company was just recently attacked. They couldn't accept the milk from the farmers, they couldn't bring the milk to the people, and you would never have imagined in the past that such a company would have been the target for attackers. But nowadays they are, and it is operational security, especially in production, that needs to help. What can we do? What we did is we have digital innovation hubs, so there is this idea across Europe, and we do a focus here also in cybersecurity. So not only one other part is on AI, artificial intelligence, and the other part is on cybersecurity. Why? Because these small companies, they don't have access always to the bigger IT companies. They don't know how to handle it. So they need in their region, in their area, some point where they can go to and find the people that can help them. And I think this is one of the topics I'm at the moment thinking about the most. How can we help them? What you also did is an investment bonus. So they did now invest into digital during the crisis, they got 14% cash back. So incentives incentivize them to do this first step towards more cybersecurity for them, their employees, their customers, and finally for their survival.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that also the operational security is important. We have seen it in Estonia and elsewhere also that sometimes when we talk about cybersecurity, the kind of like discussion points are only related to the IT companies or telecom companies. And it's very hard to grasp sometimes that every company who uses IT are basically IT company as well. And how to protect them is a really hard, task.
You have it in every machine. We talk about the Internet of Things. It's really there. The more this network is increasing, the more interesting it's, of course, to attack those companies. And they are vulnerable. And therefore, we need to support them on the whole track and have enough people so that are skilled to help them. I think that's the biggest shortage we all have. It's about the skilled people in our countries to solve these issues. So we need more cybersecurity white knights.
Let's jump now far, far away from EU. Let's go to UK. So.
We're not that far.
Yeah, at least 2 hours. But what we think in the smaller countries, that big countries like UK and Germany and United States, they have this great and massive cybersecurity capabilities. Like you have the cybersecurity center that probably has at least 10 floors on the ground, and you have these all necessary capabilities that is needed. But what is your understanding, or what is your view on the cybersecurity landscape? Is it gone worse, or is it kind of better than like 2, 3, 4 years ago?
Well, first I would say there's some excellent points being made by my fellow ministers. I'm not surprised, having had an interesting dinner and lunch with them. I thoroughly echo what they've said. Of course, in the United Kingdom, we have the National Cybersecurity Centre working with our intelligence agency, GCHQ, and we've put a lot of money into that. We've put about £2 billion into it. But actually, the real challenge and the bread and butter of cybersecurity is businesses and institutions up and down the country. And when you talk about what is the thing that struck me, clearly there were specific attacks such as SolarWinds, which we, with the United States, attributed. But the real challenge is making people understand this is real for them and it's real for their lives. So if your hospital has outdated IT equipment that leaves it vulnerable, your healthcare records are vulnerable to cyber attack. Your population's health is therefore vulnerable. Your schools are vulnerable if they don't have that in place. And you made the point, Minister, about small businesses. Certainly it's the case that as you go from the largest businesses, which do have quite sophisticated cybersecurity operations, the smaller businesses is very challenging to get across to them just some of the most basic fundamentals of cybersecurity. It's a bit like in your own house. It might be an inconvenience, but you will go round and shut your windows and lock the doors before you go out. It's just sort of instinctive. That's what you need to do to protect your house. It is much more of a challenge to get businesses to understand you've got to do the same very basic hygiene. So a couple of the things that I've been focusing on as a minister and the government has been focusing on is, first of all, trying to communicate that message. So an awful lot of what the National Cybersecurity Centre does is working with businesses, working with individuals, actually campaigning to get that message out. But then secondly, trying to put some more hard legislative solutions in place. So for example, we'll shortly introduce secure by design legislation, which will deal with some of those, in sort of crude terms, if you've got a new piece of equipment, you can't automatically have password as your password. It forces you to have a more complex password. And some of those basic steps, so I think, taking a step back to your original point, I think the biggest single challenge is just getting that wake-up call to all businesses and private individuals that this is relevant to them and their own lives.
Thank you very much. And let's go now to the other side of the globe, almost other side, to Singapore. So we are very happy to have Minister of Economy and IT Communications all together in Estonia. So maybe you can share your views from the other side of the world, that how you think about cybersecurity and cyber threat landscape.
Good afternoon. I'm Josephine Teo from Singapore, and I'm very honored to be here. Singapore is a great admirer of Estonia for the high degree of digital transformation that you have been through, and I'm very happy to participate in the Tallinn Digital Summit. Friends from Estonia and around the world who know Singapore will appreciate that our population has become very used to a high degree of safety and security. And so we often say that as women and as parents, we have no fear about even our daughters coming home at 3 a.m. in the morning, because the risk to their lives and safety are very, very minimal. And with that kind of a backdrop, then the understanding, awareness, and concern about cybersecurity is also very low. And in fact, cybersecurity threats we've had to deal with for many years, but it was only as recently as, say, 3 years ago, in 2018, that it captured the public imagination. As it turns out, in that year, what happened was that our healthcare system was breached, and about 1.5 million health records were exfiltrated. They were stolen. They also included some records of medicines that were dispensed in the outpatient clinic. Now, once that incident happened, all of a sudden, people in Singapore realized that what could happen in cyberspace was both dangerous, not only to the organizations who hold data, but it could also compromise their personal privacy. And with that, I think over these last 3 years, the degree of understanding has improved greatly. Be that as it may, I think we recognize that cybersecurity can be said to be a wicked problem. It is a wicked problem in the sense that it is not something you can solve once and for all, because of several factors. One is that in dealing with cybersecurity risks, there is great asymmetry. Those of us who have to operate systems have to be flawless in terms of how we defend the system's security. But for those who are trying to attack the system, they only need to find one flaw. They only need to find one vulnerability, and they're through. One other problem is the fact that cybersecurity risks are borderless. They can come from any direction. And yet another problem is that it's very difficult to identify good quality forensic evidence to be able to do attribution. Now, these problems haven't gone away, and in more recent times, we are dealing also with supply chain kinds of breaches and ransomware. It is big business. There is ransomware as a service. And it's quite clear also that it's no longer the information infrastructure that is at risk. Much of the information infrastructure is also connected to ops technology infrastructure. So when we hear about the breaches for Colonial Pipeline, it is not just the information system that was at risk, it was the whole operations that was put at risk. And of course, last year with COVID, we also saw that there were vulnerabilities that were being exploited. For example, vaccine supply and distribution, the stealing of data that was being produced as part of R&D efforts. What this has done for us in Singapore is to change our cybersecurity posture. The approach that we now take is to assume that breaches are going to happen. It's just a question of when. It's not a question of if. And since it is a question of just when and not if, then there are three aspects of it that we want to be able to put in place and strengthen in order to become more cyber resilient. The first is that we assume that many of our systems are already breached. And what it means is, apart from what Oliver says, going around and making sure that the windows and doors are locked, it is assuming that before we manage to close them, something has already entered into our system, and there needs to be constant vigilance, constant monitoring to try and identify them. That's the first thing that we try to do. The second thing is that apart from trying to prevent breaches, the idea is also that we must put in place the standard operating procedures, the response mechanisms, as it were, in the event that a breach does occur. How do we then recover quickly from that breach in order that the systems can continue to run? This is particularly important for us in governments because as governments, we are in the business of delivering essential services and our citizens are counting on us. So the last thing they want to see when a breach has happened is that you are unable to recover from it. So we owe it to them in order to be able to do so. So that is the second thing that we do. Plan for recovery in order that we have a more resilient system. The third is also then to consider very carefully, in the event of a breach, what is the public communications approach and how do we maintain trust with our citizens? What is it that we will be able to tell them in terms of the details of the breach and also the kind of actions that are being taken to recover from that breach? So I would say that our posture has changed from one of just trying to prevent breaches, but to one that assumes that a breach has already occurred and how we can be more resilient in terms of the recovery. And that is something that perhaps we would also be very happy to discuss with other countries on how you are approaching this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's come back now to Estonia. And I have to admit that I'm very happy that Minister Sutt has raised this cybersecurity expenditure question, because then I hope that some part of this money will come down to my salary as well. But we can talk about the salary a little bit later. I would like to ask you, Minister, Estonia 2007 attacks has been widely spoken, and very often people refer to that as one of the biggest and first cyber wars that took place. But after that, what has happened after 2007? So what significant vulnerabilities have we had? And maybe you can a little bit describe it more specifically, that how we understand what is the cyber threat world landscape at the moment. Please.
Yes, thank you, Raul. I think it's good to have a negotiation over salary on the stage. That is always something what gives tangible outcomes. Which way, we shall see. Of course, you're right. with 2007 attacks, I think that the whole topic was raised to attention globally. And that is a bit what we do here today. In Estonia, in a big picture, and of course most of these, 14 years, or say 13 years, I have been observer or a user of services. For the last 7 or 8 months, I have been also in charge and, of course, accountable for cybersecurity at the central level. And it is a different feeling. It has been a relative calmity, I think, in Estonia in general. Although we had the IT card crisis, we had now recently in the summer 2 leaks of or unauthorized access to personal data. I mean, both these incidents didn't result in any dramatic consequence. But I think it very much proves a point what Josephine was just making. We need to assume that we are constantly attacked, and some of the attacks are successful. I mean, there are about 300 attacks every day in Estonia. And this panel is not really to freak you out, but rather to raise the level of awareness. I mean, you don't want to receive this call what Ocean was receiving in the morning, that the system is down. I have been receiving these calls in my previous career in the banking industry, and you don't want to receive them. And then this is precisely where you start to prepare. You start to prepare for an event what you don't exactly know how it unfolds, but you are better prepared. And I think this is really important. And again, this is not only public business here. It's equally in any of a private side, and I'm very thankful for you, Margaretha, that you raised also this parallel from your previous career in telecom industry. But there is this, I think, a human nature that you want to invest more into development, to grow a business, and then think, okay, these accidents happen actually elsewhere. They don't never occur to me. It was a bit like with the banking crisis. Oh, this happens in other countries. I mean, we are different. That doesn't really relate to us. But the day will come. And that actually, if you are not prepared, you get hurt. So that's why. And my reading of a landscape today, and again, sort of, maybe this is a bit related to a short period in the business, but I see the world becoming increasingly hostile in the cyberspace. And there are a number of incidents occurring here and elsewhere. And that's why I also appreciate very, very deeply that you took your time, you came here, and you shared your experience from the stage. Because if I would have been telling here alone to the Estonian audience and saying, look, yeah, in 2007 we had a big thing, then we had the ID card crisis, and then some minor things here and there. Is it really serious threat? I think it's very, very important that we share the experience and we talk openly. And of course, the communication is critical. I mean, if we talk about trust, which has been one of the key themes in this event, it's also about transparency. We need to report and disclose, of course, in the right time when things went wrong. So, and Estonia, as we have been in a leading position, I see also our duty to carry this leading position forward and to take these initiatives and to get this sort of a global agreement on how we define the investment in cyber security or cyber defense, and what is a right benchmark as a level of IT budget. In FTEs, because it's cross-cutting. And again, as I said in the speech, we will see trillions invested in digitalization of the world, which is all good thing for the benefit of people, but it has to be complemented with investment in cybersecurity. Otherwise, next time we will share many experiences, how things actually exploded, went through. Oh, we are not going to share. It will be other people who will share. But then we need to look into a mirror. Did we do our job? So that's why I think it's important we discuss it here. We allocate the resources. We do a lot of international cooperation. And then we can tell also the stories where we learned, and then we can be safe in the digital domain.
Thank you very much. I believe that we can all agree that the landscape has changed. So the dependency of digital systems are higher, and also the threats are more influential, let's say so. So let's move to the next topic. What is the national and global cybersecurity measures? So what should be done in order to deal with this situation, in order to face the cyber threats and be certain that we can be in the safe side? So my second question is that what do you think, is there a silver bullet that can solve all the cybersecurity problems? And I know that many of you will answer immediately that no, there is not. But in Estonia, we have experienced something like that when we implemented ID card, electronic ID. It reduced the amount of cyber incidents a lot, so we didn't need to deal with incidents that many other countries had to. And later, we also implemented the X-road system, what is the secure way of exchanging information, and that was a very good solution as well. So it seems to be that there are some solutions that help a lot, but of course they are not sufficient. So I would expand the question a little bit the way that when you answer that, what are the measures should be taken, maybe you can also indicate that from which sector or which area you see that the solution or the best solution could come. Is it regulatory matters? Is it technology? Or is it cooperation? Or where is the solution hiding itself somewhere? So let's start again with Ireland, please.
Well, I think the most important thing is education, and and I said that prevention is better than cure. It's cheaper and more effective than cure, and really there's a parallel between the coronavirus, the pandemic, and the way that we tackle that, and the way that we tackle a computer virus attacking our systems. We could not deal with the pandemic at the hospital. We had to do it at the prevention stage, and that meant very basic health interventions like washing your hands or wearing a mask, and then later on getting vaccinated. So these were the approaches that were taken, a lot of them on an individual level. And the same thing applies with computer security. There is the idea of security hygiene. And these things that have to be done are very basic and simple, and they're a matter of education, and they're a matter of habit. And they're things that you have to get your organizations, your critical infrastructure organizations, have to follow those habits and have to do those things, because if they don't do them, it's going to be very expensive for them when a bad thing happens. And I described how the cost of the attack on our health service was far larger than the ransom that was being looked for. But that doesn't address the fact that it also damaged patient health. When the patients can't get to their medical records, when the doctors can't access the medical records quickly, when they can't see the lab test results, there is a delay, and the time inevitably is going to lead to bad patient outcomes, people becoming sick or people dying. And we haven't quantified what that effect was so far. So I should underline that this was not just a financial problem. It was much worse than that. So what can we do to prevent it in future? I think, as Josephine said, you have to accept that you can never prevent an attack from ever happening or any system from being compromised. One thing that every organization should be doing is trying to penetrate their own network, or trying to find ways to see if it is possible to get in. And one of the common things that are done is that an email is sent to everybody in the organization, inviting them to click on a link and see how many people click the link. And first you teach everybody not to click the links from emails they don't recognize. You send everybody that email, and even in a very advanced organization like a top tier IT company, probably 5% of people will still click that link in the end. So you're going to have penetration. You're going to have somebody getting through to one of the machines. One of the employees in your system is going to allow something to get onto their machine. And the question is then, assuming that your network is going to be breached, how far and how fast can they travel within that network undetected? So once an attacker is inside your system, are they just going to be able to move all around with freedom and destroy everything that's in there? And that's something that you can prevent, is putting in those layers of security within the system. So I guess, you know, we do have a framework. We have the NIS directive from the EU, and that has really, in a structured way, has tried to think about all these problems. The second NIS directive is coming out shortly, and that tries to do things like assess what are all the critical infrastructure in your country. Are you educating the people who run that infrastructure? Are they properly resourced? When an incident happens, do they have an emergency team to come out to them and help them? And are lessons learned when those incidents happen? Is the information fed back in to make the system more resilient afterwards? I know that our health system is now going to be a lot stronger and more resilient afterwards. I'm just sorry that that was the way that it happened. But I can also say that it's not just Ireland. I see these attacks in the largest, most well-resourced countries. So you saw the petrol supplies, gasoline supplies to 3 US states shutting down with the Colonial Pipeline. You saw the supply chain problems in Sweden, and there have been breaches in every major economy. So it really can happen to you. It can happen to any country.
But may I ask that, can you list like 3 most important things that has changed now in Ireland? Or what have you done after the incident?
I guess the first is education. The first is teaching people about, you know, how they have to behave. The second thing, of course, is disaster recovery. You must have a structured disaster recovery system. People must be testing that they can repair a machine, a legacy system, if the power is turned off or if the machine goes on fire, is taken away. There must be somebody who can rebuild that machine in a hurry if you assume that a disaster can happen. And lastly, I would say as well that we did do forensic analysis of the break-in. We did have the police involved. Our police force have managed in the last few days to shut down a number of websites that belonged to the people who they believe to be the attackers. And I know that the police logo has appeared on those websites, and I know that they've done this with the assistance of other international police forces. I want to thank the Americans and the British as well, particularly for that help. So, you know, when the attack happened at first, people said there's no point in getting the police involved. What chance do the Irish police have of being able to trace these international attackers who could be anywhere in the world? But in fact, we have made progress, and we have issued orders to shut their a number of bank accounts as well. So don't give up on that avenue as well, is what I'd say.
Thank you. Now let's go to Austria. What do you think should EU do? What are the most important measures that should be taken throughout the Union in order to ensure and maintain cybersecurity, but also to looking forward to the future to make sure that nothing happens with our digital systems?
Well, it has already been pointed out. I think it's a common approach. It's something we need to do commonly, not only EU, but all European countries, also the UK, so that we work together across borders. This is something we need to do very, very intensively, and this is also something Austria is prepared to contribute and to be part of this, because it's something we cannot solve isolated in the different countries. So what we do is that first we need this networking and bring the best brains in this area to one table, working together across organizations, across ministries, and also involve the private sector, because there is a lot of knowledge in there. Then second, we need this on the European level and then on a worldwide level, because we should not forget we are now talking about a lot about the human being in cybersecurity, and it all boils down to humans doing different things. It's not the machines that are doing this, but it's humans' intentions doing something bad to a company, an organization, and so on. So it's all about the skills, as we have said. The skill set needs to increase in Austria, in Europe, in the UK, in Estonia, everywhere. And we need to invest a lot in that, starting from school, but also to adults, because a lot of us, I'm born 97, so I was not a digital native. So, some of the people who sit here, they are digital natives and others are not. So the human being is always at the core of this risk, I would say also, doing something which is putting your password on your PC. Yeah? We would be surprised how many are still using this, or the password is so difficult, I can not remember it, so I'm writing it down somewhere else. So it all starts about this around the human being. So if we educate people, they can first be aware of the risk, and second, help also to prevent a lot of the risks which are around there. But there is a second perspective to it, and it's the geopolitical. And I think we are a political round, and we have to discuss also this. There are groups, and we have done a survey that we assume that in Austria at least 25, maybe more, % of the attacks are at least known or supported by states. So we need to discuss this topic on a geopolitical level, and it is there. So we need a level playing field, and as Europe, we need to be a strong partner and a strong challenger also for our democratic and also our values, as has been pointed out today, both by the US and also European representatives, and that we have to stand here close together. Because if you go into the dark net, it's incredible how easily you can buy these services. You can buy it with a guaranteed reaction time of 24 hours, with a service report that you get. Some companies cannot issue a service report, but you get a service report, and a success guarantee with a payback guarantee if the attacker is not successful. So this is a parallel universe, it's a parallel business with organized crime and some states behind it, and I think we need to pull here all our resources of democratic and countries together and work together across borders to find the attackers, and also to find agreements also on a political level that this should really stop.
Thank you very much. Thank you for raising the question about geopolitical measures. I would like to ask the same thing from UK, that how do you see that? What are the geopolitical measures that should be taken by the like-minded countries, democratic countries, in order to avoid and prevent non-democratic countries influencing us too much? Or the first example that pops in my mind is, of course, 5G security that we have been discussing together with UK and EU over the last 2 years. But of course, there are other examples as well. So please.
Yes, I would start just by making a slightly broader point. And it struck me from the polling where it said that Estonian citizens wanted to feel secure online. I think actually we have to also acknowledge it's not just about cybersecurity. People want to feel secure in terms of sharing their data. That's why all the conversations about data sharing with trust have been so important. And I think people also, and acutely, this is a political issue in democratic countries, want their children to feel safe online. And so holding social media companies to account in terms of making sure it's a secure environment for children and vulnerable people to be able to access services online is really important about building that wider sense of trust in being online. I think that's how a lot of our citizens view security in that broader context. On the point about cooperating internationally, I think it's absolutely essential. I think we've made some important steps forward. I think the first thing we need to do is actually to properly attribute attacks and do it in a cautious, careful way, but when we have built up the evidence, working with our allies, working with the United States, working with the European Union and member state police forces and the agencies, if we've got that evidence, we should be going out there and saying who's responsible. And I think in the past there has been a little bit of a reluctance to do that, but I think increasingly we are doing that. I think it's very important to send a signal that we're aware of this stuff is happening and we're not going to turn a blind eye to it. And of course, it's very much a scale from active hostile state activity through to turning a blind eye, through to allowing malicious actors to operate with greater impunity in those countries than they would in ours. So I think we have to work across that spectrum. And by the way, we also have to work in conjunction to make sure that we are willing to respond when necessary, or at least that we have the capability to be able to respond. I think in terms of the broader questions about individual governments, I think part of this is actually looking at our basic infrastructure. So certainly in the United Kingdom, and I think this is in common in many other countries, some of our public services really badly need to update their physical IT infrastructure. Some of it is very dated and leaves them very vulnerable. So there's a need for investment in respect of that. I echo the comments that have been made by my fellow panelists in relation to both awareness. People need to know it's a problem, and then they have to have the skills to be able to address it as well. And those skills, I think, get more challenging as you get to individuals and smaller organizations. And I think, again, that's where there is a bigger role for individual governments to play a role in terms of making sure, not only do you have to make sure that citizens and small businesses know that there's a problem, there's no good just saying there's a problem, you've also got to say, what are you going to do to address it? So I think you have to look at the full spectrum from the very hard end of direct hostile state right the way through to very low-level malicious activity by low-level criminal activity in individual states. And unless you have a full spectrum response, you're not going to deal with it effectively.
Thank you very much. What do you think in Singapore? What are the main national and international measures that should be taken? And maybe you can give a little bit insight what is the thoughts and ideas in your region, in Asia?
I will do that, but let me start by building on Ossian's point right at the beginning of this segment, where he talked about the importance of education, and Margaret also dealt with it. The question for us is, what do we educate people on? Certainly skills are important, certainly awareness is important. But in our context, I think the single most important thing we wanted to educate people on is that cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. It is certainly the responsibility of Andreas, myself, Oliver, as ministers in charge of cybersecurity. But our efforts alone isn't going to hack it. Let's face it, the attack surfaces are very, very broad. The shared responsibility must start with the individuals. You said when you were giving your speech at the end, change your password regularly. That's one way of exercising personal responsibility. Ossian gave the example of exercises that are done, penetration testing in organizations. Don't click if you're not supposed to click. Things like that, I think, are important. And beyond individuals, I think enterprises, businesses, must also accept that it is their responsibility to their customers, to their stakeholders, to do a good job of managing cybersecurity. Margaret had talked about how small businesses have become even more digitalized because of COVID. In Singapore, that is also our experience. We polled our businesses, and about 8 in 10 of them said at the beginning of this year that their digitalization efforts were being advanced by at least 2 years. That's very significant. But as they are taking advantage of the opportunities that the digital domain offers them, are they at the same time doing more in terms of safeguarding their digital assets? And our impression is that at this point in time, it is not adequate in terms of the efforts that they have put in. Then that goes to the question of how can we help them to do a better job. And there are at least two things we think are worth doing. Number one is to address the issue of a skills gap. Because for many of the small and medium enterprises, how they can protect themselves better in cyberspace is really a big question. They don't quite know how to do it. So what we are doing is developing a toolkit that will make it easier and much more a step-by-step approach for the smaller businesses so that they can protect themselves. The other thing is that we are trying to work out a trust mark system. If we can have a trust mark and let people go through an accreditation process, then in that process, they will be educated about what are the cyber hygiene practices to put in place. And the bigger value of it is that the efforts that they put in can be recognized by their customers, and as a result of that, it is a worthwhile investment. So those are the two practical things that we can do for businesses in terms of them becoming more cyber ready. But beyond the enterprise level responses, there is also the importance of responding as a nation. So apart from being able to draw up a national cybersecurity strategy, I think we have to recognize that our economies are quite diverse, and to believe that one central agency will have all the answers to cybersecurity is probably unrealistic. In our case in Singapore, we decided that we have to think of our economy as having many different sectors. There's financial services, there's healthcare sector, there's the logistics sector. And each one of these sectors have got agencies that are promoting the development in those sectors. In these sector agencies, they are also much more tightly coupled and connected to the business community in these sectors. And it is better for them to develop sector-specific types of responses that take into consideration the idiosyncratic features of those sectors. Financial services, there is so much money flowing around, and the systems are much more sophisticated. Then the cybersecurity measures will also have to be a higher notch. Healthcare is a different kind of issue. Logistics, a different kind of issue. So a sector-specific approach is how we are dealing with it. And making sure that the message of shared responsibility is also known to the sector agencies. We were talking about this at a dinner last night, that if and when a situation occurs, the sector agencies have to be at the front and center of it, helping to deal with it, and cannot be just leaving it to the cybersecurity agencies. Now then I want to turn to your very important question, international cooperation. Here we see two themes that are particularly important. In the analog world, particularly for small states like Singapore, we've been able to benefit from a rules-based multilateral order. Is there the same rules-based multilateral order in cyberspace? I think that is a question that has to be asked. And if cyberspace does not have a rules-based multilateral order, how is it possible for us to be able to carve out a reasonable space for ourselves in order to create a digital future that our citizens deserve? So that is one particular theme where international cooperation is very key. Credit to Estonia, you brought cybersecurity to the UN Security Council at the highest level. Beyond that, there are UN entities that are discussing how the norms have to be created, and we are participating actively in this conversation too. There is, for example, the open-ended working group, and Singapore was asked to consider chairing the open-ended working group earlier this year. We considered it very carefully. We asked if we could make a reasonable contribution to trying to advance the agenda, and with the help and support of many of our like-minded partners, we've decided that it is a contribution we must try to make. So over the next 5 years, we will be working with colleagues like yourselves to try and see whether we can emerge and cause to emerge a stronger consensus through the open-ended working group. Finally, I think there is another theme in international cooperation that we must try to foster, and that is capacity building. I was discussing with some of my colleagues in ASEAN. There are 10 member states, obviously at very different levels of development, and each one also hoping to carve out a digital future for ourselves. And yet at the same time, recognizing that there are many risks. But the ability to counter those risks in cybersecurity is not the same. So what we did was to set up with ASEAN a cybersecurity center of excellence that hopes to be able to bring together the experts to conduct training and to try and establish baseline capabilities in dealing with cyber threats. One of the very important things that we need to do is to share information and give each other the heads up when we notice that certain of our systems are under siege. This goes to what Ossian was also saying, the example that you gave. How can the police, actually be able to deal with this effectively? Well, they can deal with it, provided they have mechanisms for information sharing. And that's exactly what we are doing in the ASEAN context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister Sutt, you mentioned in your speech that you stay up at night because of the cybersecurity concern. So what we, as your cybersecurity team, could do in order that you could have a better sleep?
Not sleep while having an accident. So that is the first thing. But I think what I will just jump back for a second to the debate we have here, and I think what really came out very strikingly is how interconnected people and world at large is. So I think there was a very strong agreement that education, the first line of defense is an individual behind the screen. And how strong is this first line of defense depends how skilled, knowledgeable this person is. And that skill set, and I think even more importantly, the mindset. This starts from school, starts at home, in your organization. And then you move up and you reach out to reach to a level of what is the degree of global collaboration, what is the geopolitical part of it, which I think is important because we need to make sure that digital domain is like you very nicely put, it needs to be based on a rules-based framework, like we have for many international affairs, or at least supposed to have. So, and this is really critically important. And then if we get these things in place, and we have a good monitoring capability, and we have a good response team, and we have recovery plans, what are tested and tested again and tested again, not only in government services, but also in the private sector. If I'm still a minister at the time, then I sleep peacefully. Until then, I think we need to sleep as well, but really to push this agenda forward. It is a common exercise. And I think what also came out from the Irish example, we need to make it crystal clear. If there is a cyber attack, it is a criminal offense and there is a consequence. There should be zero tolerance for anybody walking away. And for that it is important that we really have a good collaboration between the institutions and the countries. Otherwise it will be all very difficult. But there are good examples already, and I'm confident that we will also play our part to make it work.
Thank you very much. In Estonia, we say that we don't need the capability to deal with cyber incident well. We want to avoid cyber incidents from happening. So that's, of course, the basis, the idea to have the sufficient investments to the cybersecurity sector. But now moving to the last part, and we have about 11 minutes left. What do you think about this idea to set a clear goal for cybersecurity expenditure from the ICT budget, for example, some kind of percentage. And if you don't agree with this initiative or this idea, where do you see is what is the key factor or key thing that we should do in order to make the leap to the more resilient cyberspace? So who wants to start?
I will, and I'll be quick. So I'm not going to reject the suggestion out of hand. We will consider it. But my problem with any type of measure like this, which says you must spend this much money or you must do this much effort, is that it's an input measure and not an output measure. So it's a target for what you put into a system rather than the results. And I would want to see that. The money is really important. I think it's important to attack the business model of cyber criminals, and that means not paying them money. I was really disturbed to see that an American insurance company had paid a ransom of $40 million. And you can imagine that goes a long way towards setting up your evil empire and your customer service desk and all the things you need for your they're going to launch a lot of more attacks with that $40 million. We immediately said when we were attacked that there was no chance we would ever pay any money at all. And it really does help. Like if we go down that road of paying money to get out of problems, it damages things. Clearly the cryptocurrency isn't helping us in that regard. It's helping to hide transactions, but we really need to cut off the money supply as early as possible. It's important to have baseline standards for critical infrastructure, that people are risk assessed, that they're assessed externally, that they're told these are the things that you're falling down on, you must do these things, and if you are attacked and you haven't done these things, then you'll be held to account because we told you in advance that those things are there. So you need to have a form of audit on cybersecurity. You need to have an open approach to assessing what's there at a calm time when you're not being attacked. And just to go back again, as Andre says, being able to rebuild your systems, taking the time when it's a quiet time to be able to rebuild a system, from the ground up as quickly as possible, in a military precision, it makes you strong. That means when somebody says, we've stolen your computers, you say, that's fine, I can just build them again from my backups, and your backups are off-site and they're disconnected. You must have that. And that's one of the reasons people pay money, is because they know that the attackers have managed to destroy their backups, or they haven't done their backups, or they don't trust their ability to rebuild their systems.
Can I just jump in on that? There is a lot of alignment in how you are thinking about the problem as we are. If we are asked as a government, as the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore, we've been asked to pay a ransom, what should we do? Our advice to the companies is, in fact, not to pay the ransom, exactly for the same reasons as you described, because it becomes very lucrative for the cyber criminals. And there is no guarantee that you will get your data back. There is no guarantee that you will be able to restore your systems, But to the broader question of whether there should be a budget set aside, I think the answer is yes. But as to what budget ought to be set aside, I have sympathy for organizations not being able to secure the resources that they need in order to do a good job of cybersecurity. And so I can appreciate that if you say that there is a baseline budget, that is something at least, that creates a basis for discussion with the board. Otherwise, how is the poor chap, who is tasked with this enormous responsibility going to discharge it adequately? So I have sympathy for that. But on the other hand, I feel that at the senior level of organizations, there must be a stronger understanding of your own unique risk profile. It is a failure of the board level leadership if they are unable to appreciate the extent of risk that the organization is bearing and unable to master the right resources in order to protect their digital assets. So from that perspective, it does not seem clear to me how a fixed number is going to do the trick. I think it can be a starting point for a conversation, it can be a reference point, but beyond that, there must be enough management and leadership accountability in order to set the right amount. The other important consideration, I think, is that we don't want to encourage a compliance-based mindset, which is that if we have set aside this amount, tick box, it's done. We actually prefer organizations to take a risk-based approach, in that whatever it's the budget that they have set aside, they have to see how best to put it to the good use. What are the most prominent risks that they are trying to address, and how can the resources that they are setting aside best address those risks? So those would be my contributions.
So same is true for us, and of course this can be discussed, and it is an idea that we have to consider. At the same time, it is, as my colleague said, we need to work with best practices, and what costs the most money is not often, or is not always the best solution. So only spending money for the sake of spending money is not the key. But at the same time, if we do also the second step and we share the best practices, we do not reinvent the wheel again and again, because by the experience you have made, we can learn, and vice versa. So I think this sharing capability of sharing solutions and sharing innovation in cybersecurity is really key. We need to speed up the process, therefore I agree, we need money and we need it in all different areas, but we also need to be very careful where we invest it, and as long as we take all people with us on this road, I think this is one of the most important topics. Yeah? It is from the political people that are responsible in politics to business people, to the employee, and also to students and school kids. We should all take them with us on this journey and not leave certain groups behind or certain regions behind. So it is a common effort that we need to do.
Yes, well, I think it's an interesting idea, and it's certainly a good way of challenging us. I think it works much better when it's direct government action. So, for example, NATO has a 2% target, and you can be pretty confident that the 2% a nation spends on its defence translates broadly into defence outputs. When you're looking at collaboration between the government and private sector, and as Josephine said, well, you need different solutions in different sectors, it becomes much more challenging. I certainly agree with the point about not paying for ransoms. It's the case that we've never paid ransoms for when humans are taken as hostages, so it seems extraordinary that we should be willing to do it in defence of cyber capabilities. But I thought the very interesting point that you made, Andres and Josephine, was about the rules-based international order. And I think if you look back in past times, whether it's setting accountancy standards at the end of the 19th century, or whether it's working for common defence and security after the Second World War, there is this challenge for open, democratic countries that believe in the rule of law, believe in transparency, believe in openness, to come together to set the rules of the game between themselves and then to essentially export those globally. And I think that we have rather failed in the digital age to properly come together to set those rules. And I think we have allowed countries that don't quite share our values to set the pace a bit on this. And I think one of the biggest single challenge for me is how we come together as like-minded countries to set that rules-based framework, so that, as we all know, the 21st century will be the data and digital century. There's a real challenge for us to make sure that the values that underpin it are our values of openness, transparency, democracy, rule of law. And if we fail that challenge, I think the consequences, not just in cyber, but more broadly, will be very, very alarming for us.
Thank you very much. So
yes, Raul, I will also give a quick reflection. I know 1 minute and 40 seconds, so I will be. Exactly. I take 40, and you have a minute. I'm very glad it already provoked a debate, and this is precisely what we need. We need to have a good discussion going forward, how we can better manage and measure the outputs. I fully agree that should be the end goal. And again, it's not that one size fits all. It is about finding, I very much like the risk-based approach. I think that is precisely what we need. So let's keep the ball or get the ball rolling and see how far and how quickly we get. And that, I think, is also a contribution to restoring or to strengthening the rules-based international order, what is in favor of democracy, liberal values, and that is also applicable in a cyber domain. Back to you, Raul.
Thank you. And thank you very much for all panelists, because we are very happy that we had 5 ministers who are responsible of cybersecurity in their countries here discussing about this broader picture and also the idea that we put on the table. So, and also thank you that you physically came here. It was really a pleasure to meet people face to face. And let's hope that the autumn that we're going to have ahead is not change that. So thank you all the audience as well, that you were here and took part of the discussion. This basically concludes the cybersecurity panel. So thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you, ministers. I have a much more trivial remark to make, which is there are smoothies waiting for you in the lobby, and we hope to see you back here at 1500 hours sharp. So please enjoy your break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We're going to continue with some lessons on how to be a pathfinder in digital government, on how to use open innovation to drive digital government renewal. And to talk about this, I'd like to invite to the stage my good friend, my ex-boss, the government CIO of the Republic of Estonia, Mr. Siim Sikkut. Please give him a warm welcome.
Tere, good afternoon, and once more very welcome to all our friends from all around the world, to Tallinn, to all our friends working virtually. Tere kõigile Eestimaalt. Tallinn Digital Summit is a great chance also for us to announce a few things and to kick the next section and panel into action. I will be just making a small announcement, but before I get to that, I have to explain the background story because it's very relevant to the topics of our afternoon. Now, Estonia, many very, very kind words have been said about our state of digital affairs during these days, and they always sort of make us very humbled. But Estonia, how we reached this stage where almost anything and everything you need to do as a citizen, as an entrepreneur, as a prime minister, you can do digitally. So what were the elements of that? Well, there's quite a few. First of all, obviously, whenever you hear us talk, you hear us talking about digital identity. You hear us talking about sort of the platforms we have built up before even government as a platform was a thing to do. You hear us talk about X-Road, for example. So it's true, the platforms, the stack, the machinery of digital government that has been built up has been a very instrumental part of this. But what also has mattered, even perhaps much more, has been a willingness to try stuff out. We've been very blessed with political leadership, administrative managers, leaders, who've been willing to basically trust the engineers, as my predecessor used to say, and literally just go along with ideas to try them out, to experiment. Look, if online voting started, what's now almost 2 decades back, many people started saying that no way it can be done securely. But there was enough faith to try it out, to see how it can be done, because there were quite a few folks saying, hey, but let's solve this, let's figure this out. Or e-residency, more recently. Again, we didn't know what all it could be, or even how to fully do it. But the politicians and the government was able to come on board and say, hey, let's start trying this. Let's see if it works. And if it works, we'll figure it out along the way. So this experimentation has been a very big part of it. But along with experimentation, and why experimentation has been fruitful, has been partnerships. Obviously, Estonia, e-Estonia is built with vendors, with our partners, through procurements, through your business relationships, many of them in the audience or even sort of in the event here today, working with 100 countries around the world. But beyond that, what has mattered even more has been that it's not just somehow that we, buy from the market. It's also been very much open relationships, open partnerships that come from idea exchange, that come from, just talking to the folks, grabbing an idea, having them come to collaborate with you. It's open innovation that has led to several of the great solutions that underpin Estonian digital government. Now, if I can just throw in a few examples, then what's now X-Road used to be a master thesis. What's now basically blockchain before blockchain, right? What Lucas's employer does was a few researchers, again, going to the government and saying, hey, we think we have a solution to a problem you're having, data integrity. Why don't we see how to make it work, and let's see whether we can solve it. And that became a product that's now sold globally. So we have these examples and cases where literally by just coming together, doing stuff together, experimenting together, experimenting on top of the digital government we already had built up, we've reached new heights and made our digital government better. So we are very big fans and true believers of open innovation through this practice and experience we have had. And especially as a government CIO team, which I have the luxury and privilege to lead, we are very pragmatic in the approach in saying that we will never be the ones who figure everything out that the government will need, or us in the whole of public sector. We will not know everything we might have use for, as technology, as new service. If we are not open for new ideas, new solutions, we limit our potential. If we limit our potential, we limit our government in terms of how much better it could be. So that's the sort of inclination and sort of drive we have had. But it's very nice in words, how to make it practical. So that's what we started thinking about sort of 3 years ago, saying, well, hey, all these sort of great open innovation or collaborations are happening. Can we somehow make it more systematic? I understand that in a way, innovation and systematic perhaps sound like being words from two different worlds, but actually there's a lot of, order to the chaos we can bring in terms of innovation. So can we make it more systematic? Can we somehow, incentivize, stimulate these open partnerships, open innovation partnerships? And that led us to experimenting ourselves. Well, obviously, we've been doing stuff along the front. That's what open data movements are for, and we are very proud that we've done great advancements there, lots more to do. We've been publishing code. We've been doing all these things to basically give a chance for innovators and entrepreneurs to come work with us. But then again, this perhaps did not bring enough sort of activity yet, and there were still some hurdles in the sense that even if somebody approached us saying, hey, I want to build on top of what you have built, then the issue came, but hey, how does it work in public procurement? So we realized that if we really want to offer a playground, want to maximize and sort of, the chances of innovation partnerships, we have to do a bit more. So to do really a playground or, sandbox for that matter in terms of these partnerships. That led to us innovating a bit and coming up with a sort of legal framework, which is perhaps too big of a word. It's really just a standard memorandum of understanding format that is legit in terms of public procurement, state aid, you name it, and that allows us to freely work with innovators wherever they come from. So literally, we just make an agreement that, look, if you work with us, you get access to our stack, stuff like that. In return, we might get a solution for free, and it has to be freely reusable through a government code repository for everyone. So we started trying this out. And mind you, it came out, it works. So now we have about 10 more through the last 1.5 years, of these solutions out there. For example, a core of our national AI strategy in terms of how do we ensure uptake of AI in our government and speed this up, a core part of it has to build and offer some common components. Basically, let's see, can we solve some core AI modules or machine learning modules as platforms? And so the very first one we did, for example, for text analysis, was built on the legal framework for the sandbox or the testbed framework like that. Many more followed. Later on, our national contact tracing app, which was built by voluntary contribution of some really great companies from industry, again used the same framework. So we saw that we actually have something that works. We now have had to remove the final bottleneck, at least legally, in terms of really supporting open innovation to take off. But what was sort of missing still from the picture was that we realized, but hey, we have all the tools in place. How can we really scale it now? And scaling matters because, first of all, in Estonia here, we have this awesome startup community, right? All the unicorns we're so proud of for right reasons, many more stuff coming up like that. But this startup community often is very detached from the digital government community, right? And even sort of in the tech industry, there's sort of different branches like that. So can we tap into them more? And secondly, obviously, GovTech industry is growing in the whole wide world. So why are we just thinking about Estonia and our sort of, innovators here? How can we make it scaled enough to really work with the whole world? So that's what really led us to today and led us to us sort of announcing this framework we have built up globally. So starting today, we are launching the digital testbed framework to really invite anyone and everyone from the very wide world to come work with us, build and try next solutions with us on top of our existing digital government stack. So essentially what the framework is about is that the same legal setup we had tried domestically, we can now do with anyone from wherever you come from. It's ideal for startups, but we welcome anyone, whether you're a big company, working around the globe, whether you're a researcher, somebody with just a cool idea on your own, doesn't matter. What matters for us is what you basically bring to the table. If you think you have something that would be a great complement to our digital government setup, to our services we offer to the people and the e-residents around the world, talk to us. What essentially we offer in return for you is you get access to the platforms we run. So basically, like, if you need to integrate with digital identity, you need to build the next road, fine. What you also get is our know-how. So basically know-how from building out the digital government we have done so far, know-how of the users we have, so forth. Also data, of course, because a lot of products and next solutions depend on data. What we get in return, obviously, is your solution, your idea. And if it all works out, what comes out of this is the same stuff that we have seen already happen before a few times. What can come out of it in an ideal case, if we have a match between what you propose and what we need, is that from Estonian government side, yes, we get the very useful solution, the next great sort of addition to our digital government for free. You get a proved product, a proved solution that you can take to the wide world. And believe me, there are many countries sort of looking forward to you bringing it to them. Plus, on our end, what we also promise is that obviously we'll promote the hell out of you. So in that sense, look, we'll be only happy to say that you work with us, and it's a good reference, hopefully, to take abroad. So basically, long story short, we have seen the values of open innovation and being open for partnerships. We have sought ways to make the chances of these partnerships happen more systematically. We came up with a solution, and now we're really launching it to the world. So for the next month or so, by 10th of October, anyone who has a proposal for us to do something to do together, go online, let us know, we'll talk from there, and hopefully, exactly, out of that, we will have a even more awesome digital government in Estonia and in the whole wide world. Thank you.
Thank you, Siim. That's testbed.eestonia.com once again. So I hope everyone here is preparing their application right now. Maybe the ministers get a free pass. But we're going to go on and talk about testbeds and open innovation in the public sector, not just in Estonia, but in pathfinding countries throughout the world. Before we get to our discussion, however, we once again asked a number of experts to reflect on one question. What is the most important building block for public-private partnerships? Please.
Hi, I'm Keith Stryer from NVIDIA. It's a privilege to participate in this digital summit. Today we're talking about public-private partnerships, and the question is, what are the key building blocks? I've worked on dozens of partnerships in my career between the government and the private sector, some initiated by government itself through some kind of outreach program, others driven by a private sector business leader, with the government playing more of a supported role. I don't think there's a simple answer to what makes any of these successful, but when I reflect on what has worked, I do see one common denominator: a shared vision, airtight alignment on the purpose for the partnership. And this alignment must extend beyond the boardroom and must go down to the teams doing the actual work. More than a mission statement, it must be reflected in the KPIs. This includes alignment not only in purpose, but priorities and on what will be measured. One common definition of success. This is the core of a successful public-private partnership in my experience. I wish you the best of luck.
I'm Suzanne Roth. I'm the Chief of the Knowledge Advisory Services Center of the Asian Development Bank. In my opinion, the most important building block of public-private partnerships is good knowledge management. It requires a culture that enables collaboration, sharing, reflection, and learning. And this needs to be underpinned by processes and by good governance. Good governance is really important to ensure that the roles and responsibilities are clarified between the public and the private sector. And this is particularly relevant in the context of test beds, where it's all about experimentation, failing, learning, and improving.
In my opinion, for an efficient public-private partnership, it is utmost important that we understand both the needs of the end user and also the needs of the service provider, meaning the state. It is also important that we accept failure as part of a journey towards a service that everybody's happy about.
And now I would like to invite to the stage our distinguished panel of ministers, starting with Raymond Knops, State Secretary for the Interior and Kingdom Relations of the Netherlands. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Investment, Regional Development and Informatization of Slovakia, Veronika Remišová. Vice President and Minister for Economy and Digitalization of Spain, joining us live via video call, Nadia Calviño. Minister of Digital Agency of Japan, again, live from Tokyo, Takuya Hirai. Minister for Digital Economy and Communications of New Zealand, joining us also via video call, David Clark. Martin Kaivats, National Digital Advisor of the Republic of Estonia. And finally, Digital Transformation Advisor of the e-Estonia Briefing Center, your moderator, Annette Numa.
That goes to you. All right, then also the first thing that I would like to say is hello and greetings all the way from Tallinn. First of all, to people that are joining us here in the room and of course also people joining us virtually. I'm delighted to start this panel, and I can seriously tell you today that this is going to be one of the most exciting panels of today. I'm sorry about the other panels, but as my wonderful colleague, Siim Sikkut, who is also behind all of these initiatives and the innovation that is happening in Estonia, he covered, then we are launching a digital testbed framework, and we would like to also reflect on the other countries if they have similar initiatives and what do they think about in general, like open innovation as well. But before we get to the questions also, just again, a very quick overview here that when we talk about the Estonian government, then we have always been in a way like believing in open innovation and also partnerships since very early days already when we started using technology in a national level. And I would say that this has already, and of course also in the future, will keep us very innovative as well. And that's why I'm super excited about these new initiatives and again, to hear more about the other also panelists here, what do they think about partnership between the governments and the businesses and of course also the academia. So I would maybe kick off already, not wasting any time here. The first question, and I would start from Mr. and Minister, of course, as well, Knops here. So when we talk about the main role of PPP model itself, public-private partnership in digital innovation, which methods, in your opinion, are the most effective ones to implement it as well?
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, good afternoon and compliments for the perfect organization of this summit. When we in the Netherlands talk about Estonia, we always talk about digitalization. And you are well known for more than that, but you are really a pioneer on this topic. And I think it's essential for the new decades in the world to work together. And that's also the answer on your question. How should we deal, we as the public sector, with the private sector? And I would say there is hardly any difference. Of course, we have sometimes different interests, but we have also a lot of common interests, and we should collaborate as much as possible. Because from a citizen perspective or a consumer perspective, they look to companies or the government as service providers and want to be as convenient as possible and want also the services to be safe and reliable. And when I think about Siim Sikkut, and I know him for years now, he always is talking about trust and gaining trust and keeping trust. And that's the essence, I think, of everything. So be transparent, work together, share ideas, do also have an open mind and an open attitude in making mistakes. it's part of the process. So be transparent also to the legislators, to the members of parliament, and take them with you on a path in which experimenting means making failures underway, and eventually come to success. And we should discriminate very precisely in which, let's say, technological solutions could affect public values or fundamental rights. And I think that's the main task of the government, to safeguard these. But I would say collaborate as much as possible in an open, innovative way.
Well, that was a very good opening answer here, and definitely, again, I see many similarities between Estonia and Netherlands when it comes to our approaches on the value side, and especially when you also mentioned about like how we should be like open also when we make mistakes and learn from the mistake sites as well. So this is also why Estonia is very, very happy to share our own like lessons when we fail with something, so that you wouldn't repeat that things. So definitely, I also like that point, and being very open to the private sector as well here. I would move over to Veronika as well here. If you could talk about the Slovakian example, has there been any kind of very successful cases between public and private sector partnership when it comes to the technology sector?
First of all, good afternoon. Let me thank you for this fantastic summit, and we use it also for start cooperation with our Estonian counterpart. We discussed with your minister, Mr. Sut, that we deal at the European level with the same kind of problem in all European Union. In Slovakia, now we concentrate on three main priorities. The first priority is fighting digital poverty, which means investing in people's skills. So for us it means two things, connectivity and digital skills, including older people, because everybody should have access to digital transformation benefits. The second priority is building trust. Building trust between state and its citizens, building trust between state and private sector, between private sector and consumers. And this means for us as a state to invest in cybersecurity solutions. So digital transformation, the next logical step is to increase investment in the cybersecurity. And the third priority is debureaucratization. When we speak about innovation, for innovation to thrive, you need a debureaucratic ecosystem. So this is the third important topic for us. But the main common ground is cooperation. We know that most of innovation solutions or digital solutions comes from private sector. So it's in Slovakia, for us, it's very important to cooperate with private sector and with academia. We have a couple of successful examples, for example, Digital Coalition. Digital Coalition is a private-public partnership. We developed a IT fitness test to test the digital skills of pupils and teachers. This is even more important than testing pupils. And it exists already for 10 years, and it's quite a benchmark where we should orientate or focus our efforts building digital skills in education system. The other successful initiatives are in the artificial intelligence. So we have a consortia with academia and private sector. Well, we call it triple helix model, and then also in supercomputing. This is the consortium created by Academy of Science of Slovakia. We have a private partner, state, and we aim to invest in building high-performance computer in order to make all the ecosystem around it.
All right, thank you. I will come back to Martin as he's also on the stage, but I would right now jump all the way to Japan, to the Minister Hirai. It must be very late there in Japan. Thank you for finding time to join us so late in the evening or even night, I guess. So maybe you can also draw us a picture how Japan includes private sector, its implementation of public governmental services when you offer something also online. Is there any kind of examples that you can cover by the PPP model too?
Hi. Good evening, everyone. As you know, it's 9:25 p.m. Japan time. I'm still hanging around the office of digital agency. And I am Takuya Hirai, the Minister of the Digital Agency. So far, about 1 year, I have been preparing a new agency as a Minister of Digital Transformation. And September 1st, 2021, Digital Agency has newly launched. And on the same day, I was appointed the Minister of this agency. And I have to run this organization to solve many problems, opening up the future of Japan. Our ultimate goal is to create a society where people can enjoy any service, anytime, and anywhere. In the past, each ministry, agency, and local government has been promoting digitalization separately, as national and local information systems have been procured, and the responsibility for digital systems and procedure has been dispersed among multiple ministries and agencies. The COVID-19 pandemic has clearly highlighted the fact that the digitalization we have promoted separately has been almost ineffective. The digital agency has strong powers of comprehensive coordination, such as power to make recommendations to the other ministry and agencies. Also, the digital agency is responsible for planning related to the individual number system and development of basic social databases, base registries held by public organizations. In addition, the digital agency develops important systems that oversees and supervise information systems used by the other ministries and agencies. In addition, we aim to make administrative services available via smartphone 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and to launch administrative service in a week in case of emergency, thereby radically changing the focus from cost effectiveness to return on investment. Initially, the overall number of staffs in the digital agency is about 600, of which about 200 are from the private sector. The digital agency has its own engineers and is planning to produce in-house what it can. Our goal is to create a Japanese-style digital society where everyone enjoys the benefits of digitalization. We will work on this by referring to the initiatives of digitally advanced countries. What is also digital agency will play a central role in a public-private partnership and work on a variety of projects to improve productivity and create a new value for the public through digital policies. In Japan, for example, there is an issue that the delay in digitalization of back office operations of businesses is hindering free work styles such as working from home, as well as improving efficiency and productivity. As one of the solutions to this problem, the Digital Agency has been taking a lead in a public-private partnership to develop standard specifications for e-invoice and to promote its widespread use. This initiative will not only contribute to improving the productivity of society as a part of the growth strategy through digitalization, the standardization of data formats and data communication protocols is expected to bring benefit to public, such as the creation of new industries, the full-scale implementation of e-commerce, and the promotion of safe and secure commerce through use of data. I believe that this project is truly worthy of being called as a flagship project in which the public and private sectors work together.
Thank you, Minister. I would now maybe jump to a country where it's even more late tonight, New Zealand. Once again, very big thank you for Minister David Clark for joining us so late as well. So maybe the question for you is that when we usually talk about the bureaucracy, then bureaucracy is the main factor that is stopping us being innovative and really it stops the implementation process of public services, and this can sometimes take too much time. How to overcome bureaucracy and provide fast delivery of public services? What is the great examples from New Zealand? How do you overcome these things?
Well, good evening, and thank you again to Estonia for hosting. There's been a lot that has been said this evening, which has been insightful, and I think I'm hearing already on the panel some common themes that we too are exploring around a shared vision. For us, we're working through announcing a digital strategy shortly, and it will be based around 3 pillars: trust, inclusion, and growth. I heard earlier the Prime Minister of Estonia talk about how we are all living our lives online, and it's a job of government to build that trust amongst the citizenry and the infrastructure that supports it to facilitate that life online. And that really resonated with me. We see, as New Zealand, a huge opportunity to explore trust as a fundamental thing that we want to put out to the private sector as something that they can, as we in government contribute to it, develop solutions that can be made available to like-minded countries. So we're going to build on trust as a core theme in that shared vision. In terms of inclusion as the second pillar of our shared vision, that is focused very much on making sure that all of our citizens are included, that we maintain the social license as a country to invest in digital solutions, that our citizens can access them. And also, when it comes to the growth opportunity that goes with it, there's a shared prosperity amongst our citizenry. Because for growth, digital makes a lot of sense for New Zealand. We're a small nation, a small trading nation, a long way from the rest of the world. And it's always been a challenge for us to get our goods to market with a low carbon footprint to produce sustainable jobs that add value to our economy. And the online world makes a huge amount of sense for us there intuitively. In terms of getting that innovation that you're talking about, we have found that for us, one of the most successful methods is to actually have the private sector lead the innovation processes. So we have a Crown entity, a government-funded but business-facing agency that works alongside startups, startup lab spaces, to host parts of government that are having ideas to spur that innovation where the bureaucracy can at times be challenging to work through, to fund initiatives that are recognised by private sector experts as having potential, and to work alongside government to develop those ideas and present them back either as ideas that have succeeded in innovating in a short time span, or as fast failures with an opportunity to move on and try again.
Thank you also. Thank you also, Minister Clark. Before we jump again to Martin, and he's going to talk about more the Estonian example and the digital testbed framework a little more in details, I would jump now to Spain, where we also have a Minister, Nadia Calvino. Also the question for you, I would kind of repeat the same one. When we stick on the bureaucracy side, how do you overcome bureaucracy, again, when it comes to implementation processes in Spain?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this panel. I think the approach that was presented on the side of Estonia was quite impressive, and some of the issues that have already been brought up, for example, the governance inside the government, I find extremely interesting, and we can learn from each other. 3 points to complement what others have said, also linking to debureaucratization or more efficient provision of public services. My first point is, like others have highlighted, the pandemic has shown that we need to become digital in many of our areas, and that applies to the private sector, but certainly it does apply to the public sector too. What we saw in Spain is that we have very good connectivity. We're one of the top countries in the world in terms of broadband networks. And that has proven to be essential to continue our lives on the digital sphere. But we have still a long way to go in terms of the services which are provided on those networks. So digitalization is one of the top priorities of our recovery plan, which is going to devote around 30% of the investments to increasing digitalization, with plans very similar to those that have already been mentioned. Digitalization of SMEs, digital skills, and digitalization of the public administration. My second point is that this can only be done through public-private partnerships. And actually, our idea is to invest around 20 billion euros in digitalization in order to mobilize 4 times as much of private investment. And in order to do that, we have to indeed enhance all the instruments that we have to ensure that the government can keep pace with innovation, that we can put together all the smartest brains and capabilities of the country and of Europe as a whole to try to move ahead in the most efficient manner possible. We have already a platform that has been very useful for this in order to deploy e-invoicing, and we're going to be creating new instruments, for example, a GovTech Lab, to try to ensure that we can have access to co-creation in public services, for example, for emerging disruptive technologies, artificial intelligence, blockchain, personalized public services, etc. And that brings me to my third and final point, which is how important it is to ensure that we have a good governance inside the public administration. And I think that this is a subject that is very seldom used, but that can actually be instrumental to ensure that we have a good coordinated approach throughout the whole administration. I was saying before, I admire the example of Estonia, but of course, the challenges are very different in a much larger and decentralized country, such as the case of Spain. And this is an issue that I would be very interested in hearing others' experiences on how to really drive forward these agendas in the most articulated and coordinated manner possible on the side of the public sector. I have one advantage, being the vice president of the government responsible for economy and digitalization in coordinating the rest of ministries. But I'm interested to hear how others are doing this process too. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is exactly what we are here for, to hear from each other and learn from each other, all the mistakes and all the great lessons and experiences. Let's jump back to the stage now. I would like to now give the word to Martin Kaevats. Maybe you can talk about a little bit more when we cover the co-creation and reusing existing solutions. They are very beneficial for the governments. Do you have any concrete examples of that? Or again, when we think about the initiatives, the framework that we just introduced or Siim just did, why do we need to have co-creation and reusing existing solutions?
So also thank you everybody for coming physically here. This is a unique momentum in time when we actually finally can see each other. And I think till I answer your question, I would like to a bit reflect on Raimond's points and perhaps give a bit of a philosophical twist to it. I think in order to understand innovation, we need to look at the places and the people it happens with. For example, we are all here today, then there are probably lots of different ideas and gut feelings, and we are mingling and we are sharing these. Traditional innovation happened in big cities, thus we know London, New York, Amsterdam clearly. And that's why it happened there, because the critical mass of people were there. And those ideas and gut feelings managed to mingle. And thus ideas came things and development started to go further. What has happened is that this innovation that used to happen within a physical space can now happen also in a digital space. So when I would be living in a deep forest in Siberia and I'm a good specialist, I can be connected to the innovation centers of the world and I can contribute to those ideas. This is the baseline story of how the ideas have sex. In order to foster innovation, we need to create a space that's trustworthy so that we raise the likelihood of these different gut feelings and ideas mingling. So we need to do it both in the physical and the digital space. But coming to the point of today, in Estonia we've been talking about the idea that Estonia is a kind of test bed because we're small enough. This is like been here since the 90s. I think still these spaces where innovation happen, whether it's digital or it's physical, as mentioned by Raimond and many others, it's about trust. And for example, if you enter a room and you feel awkward, I don't know, a meeting in your office, and you feel awkward, perhaps you don't share everything, and perhaps the ideas won't move further. So this idea of trustworthy space needs to be there on all layers of society, from a meeting room in an office to the whole government. Estonian backbone and everything has been built by public-private partnerships. For us, this was a reason that in the beginning it was very simple. We couldn't afford anybody else. We needed to invent it ourselves. But nowadays, these kind of partnerships, these are the most important things. And if we talk about kind of practical examples, then the whole Estonia is a practical example of this. Because all of the different projects, different elements behind it actually have been done through these kind of friendships. In Estonia, it works because we have a sauna culture and everybody knows everybody and it's a small scene. So it's kind of easy. But I think also fostering this kind of a legal environment where you can have these open relationships with people, ethically, sincerely, transparently, yes, all of those ticks are covered. But if, for example, if I as a civil servant couldn't go for some reasons, talk with some nice ideas that are around there, it hinders innovation. One of the main goals of these test beds is to basically have that legal ability to have those relationships, and not only within Estonia, but in a wider context. There are many good examples from data integrity and from the backbones, but also lately, I think the best examples come from AI. Mainly I would point out the Texta, because Estonia still is a small country, 1.3 million people, and we have a very unique language. So we need strongly to work on our natural language processing. And this is quite difficult if your base is small and not everybody speaks our language. Then I think having this ability of having skipping or not doing the procurement and having a cooperation that is open, transparent, and wider helps to foster this. And this is merely one of those elements to keep the room safe for innovation. So I think and I hope that there will be many other examples, but I think creating this trustworthy space is still fundamental and basis for development.
Great. Also, Minister Knops, you wanted to reflect on what was said before.
Yes, I very much agree about what you said, and it's good to state here that we can have this discussion based on trust, and that in a world in which mutual trust in each other is lower than ever. So this is interesting that we have now a topic, especially in the midst of this COVID crisis, which pushes us to speed up the pace in developing and being innovative, to come forward with all kinds of solutions. But I was triggered a little bit by the bureaucracy and the issue of bureaucracy, because who creates bureaucracy? The government. So who can remove bureaucracy? The government. And I had a flashback to Ronald Reagan in the late 80s, who called upon then President Gorbachev, and he said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall." And eventually it happened. So if we want to do something, please solve it. So try to find solutions to avoid bureaucracy, because there is a lot of tension between bureaucracy and an open and safe and unpredictable climate, because you are not knowing in advance always what the outcome of innovations will be. So do not try to predict what you want as a government in detail, because then you get what you want, but maybe that's not a solution for the problem you face. So we have to do it in another way. And I think this open discussion, which we have now all over the world, with people all over the world, is the basis of like-minded countries that not only think that technological improvement is key and is our let's say, our guide. No, we also have to ask the question every day, do we do this in the interest of our people? Are we inclusive? It's said by several people already. I'm a former military, and I was always learned that leave no one behind. So we should not leave anyone behind, because if we leave people behind, we lose trust. And that's a huge obligation and huge task. But the only people that can solve this are we here in this room in an international atmosphere. So I would say stop talking about removing bureaucracy and start with it today.
Absolutely true, and especially when we talk about bureaucracy, this was, by the way, one of the reasons why Estonia started with this entire digitalization process, when we always bring it out like these problems that we were facing in the early 90s. So having a very, again, high level of bureaucracy here, and let's be honest, bureaucracy is very expensive too when we talk about the state budgets. So that's why also we very much need to get rid of that here. And I also very much like the inclusion part as well, that we need to include everybody and make this as transparent as possible. And that's why, again, there shouldn't be such a big link between private and public sector, and they should work together. So again, that makes more transparency of the society in a way too. But now I would give the word back to Veronika Ermisova as well. When we talk about also different kind of methods, how we brought it out, different methods, how governments and tech companies and startups have been collaborating together. Have you been organizing also any kind of events such as hackathons in Slovakia as well to get new ideas, or how do you get new ideas into your government sector that are going to be implemented? What has been your experience so far?
I just returned to the question of debureaucratization and bureaucracy. Yeah, there is always a tension between to be fair, open, transparent, and have transparent public procurement procedures. And then you have the other side, that it takes time, it's very bureaucratic, and you finish the public procurement procedures and the product is already old, especially in the digital world. So we introduced in Slovakia a dynamic purchasing system, and we also do the market consultation in order to speed up the process to find the best solution for products. And I think the very important step was to introduce the contract, the model contract. So to smooth the process, and so for digital services we have one kind of contract in order to ensure that the IP is on the state side, because this was always during 10 years, it was always the problem in Slovakia. So this is one package of problem, and of course in the digital world we would also appreciate and we would push for common European solutions. The question is whether we should not have the special rules for public procurement for a digital sector, because now we have a directive on public procurement at the European level. The question now is whether it's not time to amend the directive at the European level and to make the regulation of 22nd century, I would say, in order to foster innovation and to make really the digital single market a reality. Because let's face the reality, it's not, we haven't finished the process of digital market in the European Union. As far as the hackathons are concerned, yes, we are introducing the especially in the COVID time, it was very, I think, inspiring process to have the community of volunteers involved. So the first COVID solution for the state was done by the community of volunteers in the IT community, and it was an experience how to build a trust between us as a state and between the community of ITs. You know, I don't know how it's in your member states, but the IT community is very demanding, very critical, because they always think that they know to do it better than the state. So it was to have them on board and to cooperate with them. And we create, this is just an experiment, it works 1 year. We created a government startup for flexible IT solution. Especially it was good in COVID times, because if you have to do all the public procurement procedures to have a, for example, Green Pass or COVID website or COVID solution, now we have government startup which is doing the work for us. We have coders and all the IT professionals. And of course, I don't know whether we will touch the problem, but for the state, the most critical thing is to find skilled people, IT architects, IT designers, and so on. So we cooperate with with private sector, but here this is the competition point, because everywhere there is a shortage of skilled people. So we try in our digital strategy also, we try to develop idea how to make the work for the state so cool that they want to work for us.
Well, yeah, we could have another panel discussion of the lacking of people in IT, which, by the way, the number is in Europe itself, there is 3.5 million people missing in ICT sector working. So we really have a lot to work to do as well by attracting. But let's jump back to Japan. And when we talked about already the very difficult procurement processes, and they can really prevent technology companies implementing innovative solutions in public sector, of course. But besides that, of course, also when we think about how to deliver the very efficient and well-functioning services as well, the state itself also has to be a very smart customer. So when we do these very difficult procurement processes, we have to write down everything that we're looking for and we want to get from the IT companies to deliver us. You brought it out that the IT sector is very demanding itself. I see this as a very positive thing because they can really deliver us great services. At the same time, we might not be ready by the public sector to really write everything to the procurements and to really ask for the best services. How has this been sold in Japan? How can you be a very smart customers and make this kind of procurement processes a little bit easier for your technology companies as well? Can you bring it out any examples from your side?
That is a very, very difficult question. I recognize the situation where we have been developing our own information system for many years with a particular vendor. We call so-called vendor lock-in is due to a lack of capacity on the part of the client. To solve this problem, I believe it is important to improve the capacity of the government as the ordering party and to create a competitive environment in which multiple operators can participate, for example, by adapting open technologies. In particular, I believe that startup are players that drive information with their agility and spirit of challenge. In relation to digital, I think that a startup can be competitive, especially in the area of UI, UX. For example, in the vaccination record system, to adopt a system structure that is scalable and flexible, the national government has prepared a cloud and municipalities use it. This has made it possible to speed up the confirmation of vaccination records and the coordination of information among municipalities. In addition, this allowed us to make flexible improvements by listening to the views of municipalities and the vaccination site. Using that databases, it is also possible to deliver the vaccination certificate to resume economic activities. In the future, digital agency will appoint people from the private sector who have a wealth of experience in placing orders and will develop its own basic systems for common use by the government. In addition, digital agency will implement a centralized project management system to verify whether there is any bias toward specific technology or ambiguity in ordering, thereby realizing a procurement environment that is open to a wide range of business. We will also examine the digital agency's own procurement rules and code of ethics and develop rules of system for compliance. Thank you.
Great. And now the floor back to New Zealand. Minister David Clark, could you bring it out like how this process has been managed in New Zealand? Are you, as a government, a very smart customer of again, doing your procurements, or how you have solved this issue that these processes are just stopping us for innovative ideas? And as Veronika Ermisova also brought it up before, that sometimes when we finally implement the solution, this is already old. How you have solved that in New Zealand?
Well, I think in a way, the COVID period has given us license to do things a little bit differently, and that has played out well for us as a country of 5 million people. We're not yet at 4,000 cases in total over the course of the pandemic, and we've had 27 deaths in total over the whole pandemic so far. And part of that has been because our innovators have come on board from the private sector, and the COVID Tracer app that we use in New Zealand that supports the public health response to be quick and agile has been developed and added to over time. So it started with trusted partners working with our Ministry of Health to develop a basic app where people could scan in as they visit different businesses, as they visit events and so forth. And that, I'm sure, has been true in many other jurisdictions. But what was built into that app from the start were rules around the way that the information would be used, that it would not be centrally held by government, that it would only be released if the individual whose information it was chose to release that information. And that relationship of trust, together with very strong and competent leadership from our Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, has inspired confidence in the public to participate in the COVID response. We have relatively low rates of vaccine hesitancy and very high compliance with our lockdowns that we've had so far. In fact, I have just come out of our first lockdown, our first national lockdown this year at the start of this panel session. We had a 3-week lockdown, and that is the first national lockdown this year for us. And we have had only 2 so far, one last year. Again, very high public compliance, and that had a lot to do with the trust that was built up and the way in which the technologies were developed from the outset, in conjunction with private enterprise who knew how to develop the technology, but with a strong trust relationship overlaying it that has managed to sit well with the public, so that we've had such high compliance with the public health measures, and consequently relatively a great deal of success in dealing with the pandemic thus far.
Great, thank you. Now, of course, also when we talk about the latest innovation, then I've been always saying also when I give keynotes and talk about this Estonian example is that we can work together with private sector, but we can never forget about the academia, universities, where the latest innovation is actually again implemented and where the latest ideas are coming from, and moving all the way to the private sector later on, and then again public sector needs to put them in use as well. So maybe I would go back to Spain now, and maybe you can talk about your own experience. How do you collaborate with universities? If you have any needs from the government sector, how do you again communicate these things to your like the universities? Because when we talk about again our digital dashboard framework, it's also meant for university students to come up with their new ideas so that they can have a real like test bed where to test their ideas without again having to have a company behind there and really take a very long process to implement something. So that's why we have really have been trying to work very closely with the universities. Maybe you can bring it out, some of the examples from Spain. I would be very interested to hear that.
Yes, as I was listening to others speaking, I was thinking that maybe I could bring in 3 or 4 reflections on these issues. First of all, I was precisely going to say, when we designed this new GovTech Lab initiative, we're also planning to work very closely with the Confederation of the Spanish Universities. So the Association of the Rectors of the different universities are going to be part of our ecosystem, you know, to try to develop, to deploy this recovery plan I was talking about a moment ago. And we're also revising and reforming our university law. We're in the process of the final consultations in order to bring it to Congress as soon as possible. And one of the areas we want to really enhance and encourage there is spin-offs and all sorts of public-private cooperation with universities, not only with the public sector, but also generally with the business sector. This is an area where I think other countries are more advanced, and we should be making progress. But two other experiences that maybe would be of interest is when we talk about test beds and regulatory sandboxes. We have a very successful experience so far in the area of financial innovation. So digitalization in the financial sector. We just launched the second call for projects, and in the first one we got 67 proposals and we selected 18 of them. I think our program is quite similar in terms of the numbers to the UK sandbox, and the evaluation is very positive, and it does provide also improvements which aim at enhancing the welfare of citizens. In that sense, making it easier to have access to funding, having a more efficient digital identity and payment systems, reducing the operational cost of financial institutions, preventing fraud and money laundering. So these regulatory sandboxes are ways also to cooperate with the public sector and to enhance not so much digitalization, but adjusting our rules and regulations to the new digital world. And we're going to extend these regulatory sandboxes to the area of startups and other areas of regulation, also in the green transition. And my final point is that one of the areas that we want to also enhance has to do with innovative public procurement. So calling for solutions without having predetermined what these solutions are. And so having a more innovative and public-private partnership-based public procurement system is also one of the areas that, together with the Science Ministry, we're trying to push ahead. And I think that here, one of the reflections that the Dutch colleague was mentioning before, and one of the lessons I have learned throughout my career, is that actually technology does not make processes more efficient. It is an important tool if we simplify procedures, and it can be a good trigger for different parts of the administration to get together and simplify their processes, streamline them, cooperate, coordinate those processes. Like Estonia was pushed, to become more efficient. I think that digitalization can in itself be a good trigger, an instrument to motivate the public administration to actually review what really makes the bottlenecks, which is sometimes technology, but most often than not rules and regulations and traditions and different layers of controls that have been put one after the other throughout the work of decades. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And again, back on the stage, Minister Knops, maybe you can also bring it out. I asked from the other panelists as well, how can you collaborate more stronger together with the academical sector? And then maybe you can bring it out some of the examples from the Netherlands, or again, when you are in your cabinet, how can you get the latest ideas to your table? Where do you get that, and how should the collaboration be organized?
May I first of all react on the comments of my Spanish colleague, because I very much agree with her, and I think that I'm also responsible for deregulation in our government, and that's a very simple task, because you ask every day which rule has to be abolished and what's going wrong when we abolish this rule or this regulation where everybody has to adapt to or to abide to. And then you see that sometimes with good reasons a law or regulations were designed 20 years ago and everybody adapts to it, but there's no use to do it anymore. And we make also everyday new rules, so without throwing away some, we create a bureaucracy. So I fully agree with you that innovation and new services can solve some problems we have as a government, because our governments, except Estonia maybe, but most of us were built in decades or centuries on very detailed traditional governments. And we have to make the switch to become more agile and resilient also for the near future. Yes, like in other countries, we work very close together with the triple helix, with all kinds of academia. But I would say innovation takes only place if you bring together people with a completely different background, but with the same goal or the motivation or the attitude to solve societal problems. And what we do, and also we actively participate in that, not only by funding, is a big hackathon in the Netherlands for 3 years now. It's very successful. I participated myself in it, and well, without drinking any Red Bull, the vibrations are going all through the place. So they don't sleep, they eat some pizzas while they are sleeping or just in between, and they come forward with very creative ideas. And very young people coming from all kinds of, well, let's say, startups and academic backgrounds. And it's fascinating to see that this new generation thinks in a completely different way and can solve problems we haven't been able to solve so far. So it's a lot of vibration, a fascinating world, and only this cooperation and this open attitude and sharing ideas will help us together. And one of the conditions we make some regulations when we give subsidies to decentral governments to come forward with new ideas, is that we say, once you have found a solution for a problem a lot of organizations face, you have to share it. It's obligatory to share these ideas and not keep it for yourself. So if you have an idea, make it input for a new process, and that's innovation. It's not stopping, it's a continuous process. And sometimes in the traditional government we think, okay, we make a law, we are just in a process now, and when the law has been adopted by Parliament, then we are ready. No, this is the beginning for a new phase. And when you purchase a car, for example, you can drive this car for 8 years. But if you purchase an IT system, it has to be adapted already or changed after 1 year. So it's a completely different approach, and fascinating. And I think we can learn from each other. And so we saw Estonia, but also other countries, as a landmark, as a beacon where to go. Not precisely where they are, but the way they dealt with the problems. And now we took up the initiative to form a coalition of the willing in Europe with 7 other like-minded countries like Estonia. And what we do is on a very basic level, on use case level, try to find solutions for problems that they share with each other. And if it is successful, bring it to the place and everybody can use it. Also the ones that are not part of this coalition. And that's, I think, a complete different way of, based on trust, that will be successful.
Absolutely agree with you. And again, when I jump back that you said that younger people have some great new ideas that we really need to start using, and we wouldn't even have think about this by ourselves here. Then I remember also when we have organized different hackathons that sometimes they really come up with an amazing ideas and they get the founding later, and then they frame themselves as a new company, and then right now are operating. And then this is also where we have had some of our very successful startups coming, who are also conquering the new markets, not just inside of Estonia, but also somewhere else. And this is also one of the reasons with our digital despot framework, so that these younger people can come and test out their new ideas and see how that works, and then also export this somewhere else. So if they see that it actually makes sense here and it can work on a public sector level, then of course also we don't have to invent the same thing in another country, but we can just like use it if that works here. So definitely also kind of important. I would now also give the word to Martin again. You have been quiet for a very long time already. Sorry about that. When we again talk about these kind of real-life test beds, do you think that, and how would this help the government to also manage the risks? Because we open our state up, our codes and open source codes and everything. How can we manage the risk side there?
I think first things first, innovation is not made in cabinets or corridors. It's made in the field with people who have trust. But I think the government by design is perhaps too risk averse. And few of those examples would be, for example, Estonia currently has something like 80 narrow AI use cases up and running within the public sector. So starting with AI, is somewhat complicated because regular routine bureaucracy sees the world as ones and zeros, but then there is the gray ground in between, which means that when you start with an AI project, yeah, you might have an idea that you're solving this problem, but the process actually changes it. So basically doing a regular type of a procurement in this kind of a environment is not doable. So that's why we have done basically some smart guys from the public sector come and help, smart guys from the academia also come and help to kind of frame the problem and help to build a community of AI within the Estonian public sector, because these are the new tools we need to understand. But I think in order to avoid, first thing, I think government should not look at the world as ones and zeros only, because like if you look at the development of AI systems, you can never be sure that this exactly this thing will be delivered. All of this is a process that changes, and this is the difficulty why somewhat some governments have a difficulty of deploying these both AI and digital systems because it's actually not about technology. It's about the culture and the mindset around it. It's about creating the trust, as we've been talking, and most of the time when I see, also here in Estonia, but abroad also, is most of the time governments get stuck on this technological gadgetry. And it's not about that. And I think government should be open up a bit more to create these ecosystems of trusted innovation. So yeah, I understand that some of those tick boxes need to be dealt with if experimenting with the general public. But still, I think we need to become more open. And some of those risks, I'm pretty sure, purely from a legacy point of view, they will be avoided anyway, because yeah, the tradition and the inertia of the system will deal with it anyway. But I think we should open up more and be more flexible to create that type of trusted innovation.
All right, and especially also, as Martin, you brought it out, like being risk averse and trying new things out is also the key to really have innovation like running in a way. Estonia has been also opened by the security sector for many companies as well, or even like for the good hackers, for example, when we talk about that we've been voting online for the past 16 years already, and many other solutions as well that we have been letting also the in a way, like a good hackers to try and test it out our system so that we would see where are the weakest points. Do you also feel, and I would address this question now back to you, New Zealand, that we should sometimes also let the private sector companies to really like investigate our solutions and see the weakest points and what kind of changes do we make? Or has there been any cases like this that you have experienced too, that you really like see, like you show how things work in your state, and then they will suggest some of the changes that there is some kind of very weak points when we especially talk about the security aspects?
I think there's always going to be a case for the private sector being able to test those things and show us where we have challenges. The simple fact is we've also got lots of actors who are less benign doing that all the time. And I think it's important that we don't get too hung up on the security aspects and the bureaucracy of the way things are and stop innovation happening. Raymond earlier talked about getting rid of bureaucracy now, and that really resonated with me when I think of some of the examples of things that we've just got on and done. And yes, they do need to be tested, and the security needs to be assured. Those technologies are coming online, but the Smart Start initiative for registering the birth of a new child, which provides resources to new mothers around the birth event, was something that was just got on and done here, and it's been hugely successful. And none of that takes away from the importance of checking on the security. That has to be done right. but there's always a reason why we might not do things. The simple fact is that there will be attacks. The number is increasing. Earlier sessions that covered cybersecurity made the point that the ransomware attacks, the statistic I think was over 200% up in the first 6 months in an earlier panel. These attacks are going to keep coming, and what is important is the resilience of our systems, the ability to get things back online, the attitude that we take, the position that we take as governments, prioritising cybersecurity to make sure that when we do innovate, we've got the best possible chance of doing that without interruption.
Yeah, and of course, when we collaborate with the private sectors as well, there is always this kind of clear lines there. Because when we have, again, delegations visiting us physically in Estonia here, and they hear about like how everything has been built together with the private sector, always one of the questions that is raising in a way is, okay, but do they have also access to your information, or how this has been regulated? So when we go back to the regulational side, then of course this has to be divided in a way that what kind of information private companies who provide us kind of like infrastructure and solutions can actually access to. So maybe also Minister Knops here, if you could just bring it out, some of, again, like examples by the Netherlands side. You do collaborate, of course, also with private sector when you use some of the solutions. How has this kind of processes being reflected to people? Because one of the questions when we, especially the topic of this conference here, is the trust side here. So again, to win the trust from the public, like from your citizen side, is to always open up how things are working. What's the background there? How do you reflect these kind of collaborations to your citizens, saying that this is how we collaborate with companies, they have your access to your information that way, or how this has been managed?
Yeah, this is, let's say, a complex issue, also from the political perspective, because risk avoiding is something which maybe nobody wants, but we all do, because that's the political debate. Something goes wrong in government and somebody has to be held accountable, mostly a minister or something, and finally say, well, we will do everything next time, we will not make the same mistake. That's a good idea, but we can't promise that we don't make mistakes. I always learned from my mother that you have to stick to your promises. So one of the first things I did to my parliamentary committee, it was not my parliamentary committee, but the parliamentary committee in our parliament, was I promise you I will make mistakes. I don't know which mistakes, but there will be mistakes. But I need this space to create an environment that we can experiment, because part of experimenting is going beyond the lines and making mistakes. I always say I try to avoid making the same mistakes, because that's stupid, but all other mistakes belong to the process. But that's difficult in a society, also in the Netherlands, in which the public opinion is very, well, sometimes criticizing these kinds of processes. At the same time, there is a paradox or a contradiction between the way people deal with all the information that is used by the big techs on a tablet or on a smartphone, and at the same time criticizing the government for not being transparent what to do with the data. But we shouldn't complain about that. We should lead by example. We should set new standards. We should agree, like was said, which was said this morning in the panel discussion, on common principles and standards, and work them out, and work via the path of these principles to solutions which we are not aware of at the moment. That's the only thing you can do. Be transparent and step by step try to gain or regain trust. And the COVID crisis so far learned us, and I talked already with a lot of colleagues these 2 days, and it's surprising, or maybe not, to see that all these processes have taken place in the respective countries, that we all had a struggle. We had a time constraint because there was a crisis. We had to solve problems in a very short time. So we had to do it in another way than we normally do, where we have a lot of time. And we all came one way or the other. Different ways lead to Rome, we always say, but we came in Rome eventually. And there were some differences between the countries about the trust, or these apps, these corona of COVID test apps, did they work well or not? They worked. but were they accepted by society? And that's something we as politicians have a special task to convince people, not by only arguing, but also to let's see that it works, that it's that their data is reliable. And yeah, for example, we have a very some issues with child allowance problems with the tax department, and there were data used which could be afterwards explained as biased data, in which some people became or were put on a blacklist, with enormous consequences for their private life, because they didn't get any allowance anymore, and they got in an extreme poverty situation. And it did something with the trust in government. So trust is something, if you lose it, you have a problem. So step by step, transparent, and if you make a mistake, which you will do, explain what you did to repair and go on. And that's the only way to go. It's maybe for some people not very a very comfortable situation, but it is what it is, and there's no way back. There's only a way forward.
I could not agree more, especially about like being honest with your mistakes and admitting them to the public, and then really not trying to hide anything. And I just remember when you were talking about this, that our former president, Mr. Ilves, he said a sentence once that also I really, really liked about like how Estonia was back in early days when we started this digitalization, that we were like pretty much like a startup. And what I mean about the startup, it was also reflecting to making mistakes. So we're saying, if we're going to fail, if this is going to be a mistake that we're doing today, we can do something better tomorrow, but we just have to admit that. And I fully agree, and this is really the same thing that you were just saying here. But Veronica, maybe you can also, I mean, the Slovakian example, if you to make mistakes in a way, again, by like, again, the new implementation of something, how do you communicate these things to your people? And do you feel like working with the private sector can help you some way to do a little bit less mistakes, because they have been already trying these new solutions in the market for a little longer, maybe than the public sector has, and has there been any help with this side?
I would love to say we do not make mistakes in Slovakia, but that's not true, of course. Yes, we do. Especially when we have time constraints, like my Dutch colleague said, that in the COVID crisis, everything had to be fast and immediately, and it was already late. So we try to involve the IT community of volunteers. So when we publish a solution, then we let sometimes the community to test it as a pilot or alpha version, and then we try to improve the apps or solution that we have. And it helps a lot. We just communicate honestly with public that here, this is a pilot version, please help us to improve it, give us your feedback, and we do everything we can to improve it very fast. And it worked quite well. Then the honest relation with citizens is very important, because as you said, when you lose trust, then it's very, very difficult to regain the trust. And with the medical data, especially COVID was a very difficult period of time with medical data and pandemic. Yeah, it was I think for all governments in European Union, it was very hard. And I appreciated very much the initiative of the European Union about Green Pass, because it was a common solution, common legislation. This was very important. Partnership, standards, and then we developed it. So, and I think this is how the cooperation in the European Union could and should work in the future. And also, because we are national politicians, so sometimes it's very hard to sell common European solution, but this time it was it was very helpful also for us, yeah, even it created healthy competition between states, because our citizens said, yeah, look, they have already the Green Pass application, and so I think it was very, very good experience. And it relates to what you said about the common solutions. 2 years ago we introduced EU license. So we try to do everything now in open data and then to reuse it for other institutions. We will have a very good experience with our structural fund management system. So we give the license to other ministries, and I think that this principle maybe we can do it also at the European level. We have in Slovakia we have a GitLab when you put an open code and another can use it. So maybe also this is the way how to share good practices across the European Union to have a case for common approach to sharing experience, to reuse software solutions and to help each other.
Thank you. Now I would like to do the last round of questions, and there is one single question to each of the panelists to sum it up here. So if you could just bring it out, each one of you here, what are the 3 best ways to make collaboration between private and public sector work more efficiently? Just to sum it up, let's jump to New Zealand. I know that you are waiting to go to bed. It must be very late there. So I will start with you here. 3 best ways to make collaboration with public and private sector by using technology, implementing new innovative solutions, working more efficiently.
Well, I think the trust aspect that's been spoken about so often is absolutely critical. That would be the first thing that I would put in there. The second is the space to innovate, giving permission through whatever format, whether it's a shared platform that sits outside of government, to innovate and to succeed or to fail fast, to allow the room for innovation and have that as a part of the culture is absolutely critical. And I don't have a third, so I'm going to stop at 2. It's 1:30 in the morning, and I'm going to turn over to the panel, who I am keen to hear from as to what their top 3 are.
Great, thank you. Now to Japan, from your side too. What are the 3 best ways to make collaboration happen more efficiently? Let's try to keep that very short.
Before I answer that question, I'd like to tell you about our mission and vision. Data agency's mission is to achieve human-friendly digitalization that no one will be left behind. In Japan, the country with the most aged society in the world and a population of more than 120 million people, I believe we can present a new model for solving social issues by overcoming the aging, disasters, and problems through digitalization. Therefore, we will ultimately integrate the potentials of various regions and communities, and will realize diverse happiness for individuals while boldly and speedily implementing digital reform. As a result, I'm sure we'll be able to create for Japan for a future that we can proudly present to the world. The data agency has 2 visions for achieving this mission. The first vision is government as a service. We will create a system that provides services that maximize users' experience value through organic collaboration between the national and the local governments, private companies, and all other relevant players across the world. The second vision is government as a startup. The data agency will exercise leadership in boldly and speedily implementing a society-wide digital reform by ensuring aspiring personnel work together under the mutual trust and learn from many challenges. To be true, our agency itself is a startup. So So we have a little bit confusion and chaos, but we aim a very high goal. And one more thing I have to tell you is we are another concept. Maybe you cannot read, but make sure everyone enjoy the benefits of digitalization and never leave struggling people behind. That is a fundamental principle of the digitalization Japan is promoting. For this Japanese wave of digitalization, we call term Digido. It's a pound of Bushido, which refers to the way of life as a samurai that is governed by strict code of conduct.
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. I have to cut you off here now because we are running out of time otherwise, and we have still.
Anyway, please come to Japan and visit our agency.
Absolutely, thank you very much. So now back to Spain, very quickly, because otherwise we are running out of time. What are the three best ways to collaborate?
Yes, I think the three have been mentioned one way or another. I'd like to give a different word about it or call them differently. I think tone from the top will be key. Leadership, the colleague from Japan said, a good governance to break the inertia, which always exists in the public sector. Secondly, having a vision. The innovation, not for the sake of it, but innovation with a goal to respond to societal missions, in all those processes that are telling what we want to achieve and then opening up how to get there, I think is a key way for this cooperation. And then thirdly, people have mentioned trust. I think trust from the citizens is absolutely key. We have worked very hard in a Charter of Digital Rights. We have published it in Spanish. We will be circulating it shortly in this kind of fora, with a view to injecting some key principles that we should all follow in the area of digitalization if we want to protect, preserve the trust of citizens, and at the end of the day, be successful in having a humanistic digitalization.
Thank you very much, there in Spain. And now jumping back to the States, Martin. What's your suggestion? And let's try to keep it in 1 minute.
Yes, so I would say common language, because if a startup guy ends up in a bureaucratic office and somebody says procurement procedure, then they probably don't understand what that means. So we need common language between all of those stakeholders. Second, we need stewardship. What I mean is something like the Foundation for Public Code has done. There's a standard for public code, how to steward, how to everyday maintain it. I think that's key. And third, and fundamentally, this is not done everywhere, but we are seeking to do it, is micro procurements. Let's cut up those big pieces into small chunks and diverse the risk as well. Risking with 20,000 euros is not as bad as risking with 10 million. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mrs. Remiso as well.
Three things how to cooperate with private sector. First thing is building trust. Building trust based on code of conduct. As Japanese colleague said, code of conduct of samurai, of code of ethical and professional standards on both sides, of course. The second is expertise. I mean, expertise on the state side. You can't cooperate with private sector if as a state you don't know what you want. And third thing is openness. Everything has been already invented, so why not to share? Why not to inspire each other? So openness. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final words, Minister Knaps.
Well, my short answer would be I fully agree with everything that has been said by my colleagues. But maybe that's too easy. Well, I think that the role we take up as a government should be not only wait and see, which we have done for years, I think, because we were not fully aware of the impact of what was happening in this disruptive technology era. So be part of it. Be actively engaged, get to know how these communities work and what kind of solutions they can offer. And for the rest, I fully agree with what has been said.
Great, thank you. Then it's my time now to sum up our panel. So what we have learned today here, first of all, it seems that we all have the same issues, same problems, same challenges that we're facing in all over the world, starting from Japan, New Zealand, Spain, or ending over here in Slovakia, Netherlands, Estonia. But also, what we have could conclude as well here is that the trust is the most important thing, but we really need to open up also for the private sector to get the latest ideas into the use to the public sector side. And really, we can use the same solutions as brought it up before that have been already implemented and use it in also in public sector and make our systems much more, less bureaucratic, and of course also bring much more efficiency of the system. And yeah, so my suggestion here is to really open up and come make your innovation happen here in Estonia. You can test it here. Again, as mentioned before, you can register it on our homepage. You can come, test it, see how that works, and then, of course, also export this to your, import this to your own country or export from Estonia, and let's make the world a better place. And again, all this entire systems is working much more efficiently than they have done in the past. So from my side, I would like to say a very big thank you to everybody who have joined us here in the room or through the virtual platforms. And yeah, I wish you a very great rest of the day. Thank you.
Ministers, Marta and Annette, thank you very much for this very engaging panel, and thank you in particular to the ministers who joined us at difficult hours from very distant locations. So in a moment, we're going to wrap up a little bit what we've discussed here and talk about how we take some of these conclusions forward. Before I do that, however, I think that we all owe a big thank you and a big round of applause to the team that has organized this meeting today, who managed in these very difficult times to pull together a meeting of prime ministers and presidents, of secretary generals, and all sorts of visionaries and leaders from 32 different countries who have managed to involve quite a lot of people over the live stream. So please, to everyone who's organized this summit, thank you for your work. So I'd like to start maybe with a personal reflection of sorts. I've been working on this question of cross-border infrastructure and how we build trusted connectivity for more than a decade. And a few years ago, I left public service because I was frustrated with how slow things were going, how difficult it is to do these things through government. And so it is, maybe in a bittersweet, but really in a positive sense, really gratifying to see the energy that we've had here today. Because what I think we see is that finally we have a sense of urgency that's coming together around the agenda points that we've just discussed today. And some of that urgency is driven by fear and by some negative developments in the world that have been talked about, but a lot of that is also driven by a sense of opportunity, that we can really round the corner on some difficult collective societal challenges that we have, whether that's climate change, whether that's how we approach helping emerging economies no longer be so emerging. And I think that this leaves me with a lot of optimism for the next decade. And so with this optimism in mind, what I'd like to do is just give you my summary of what we've discussed today, my sense of where we might go next. This is purely a personal set of reflections, and I hope that this engenders you to have your own reflections. There will be, from what I understand, more formal processes coming forward too. So this morning, we started with a call to action by Prime Minister Kaja Kallas, and she told us that we need to meet the strategic challenge of democracies and an international order, the strategic challenge to democracies and to an international order that is losing ground to autocracies. And she suggested that trusted connectivity provides a framework for how to think about a coherent response to these challenges. And she listed 5 action items for this coming decade. First of all, forging connectivity partnerships amongst ourselves and with emerging economies. Second, financing cross-border infrastructure projects that prioritize digital and cybersecurity investments. Third, better advertising our existing investments based on a common term like trusted connectivity. Fourth, developing a brand to certify projects following trusted connectivity principles, for instance, the OECD's Blue Dot Network. And finally, agreeing on an institution or on institutions to make progress on this agenda. Now, as it stands, both Europe and the US are making significant investments into digital infrastructure, both at home and abroad, that could be measured in the tens and perhaps even in the hundreds of billions. And of course, other countries, Japan, Australia, etc., are stepping up too. However, for these investments and these efforts to succeed, they need to compound and they need to build on each other. This means in particular that we need to align our standards on privacy and on data flows, and we need to avoid data protectionism, with formats like the US-EU Transatlantic Technology Council and the OECD playing a key role. It also means, as President Charles Michel suggested, a bit of a mindset shift, that we start thinking of a concept like data sustainability. Data, like our natural resources, is a shared resource and a factor of production that can only be exploited in a sustainable manner if we hope for our values to survive. We talked a lot about interoperability today, but interoperability is not just technical. It's about our processes. We can think of a very simple benchmark or a test case. How many examples do we have of projects where the US funds a European company building infrastructure in Africa, or vice versa, the EU funding a US company doing the same in Southeast Asia? And do all of these investments promote values like accountability, climate and labor standards, and do so in a way that is unlike how autocracies fund their global investment projects? Now, together, these ideas that we discussed in the morning are beginning to emerge into a sort of consensus around trusted connectivity, the idea that democratic nations need to come together to ensure these values. So in the afternoon, we took these ideas and we delved into a number of topics in greater detail. First, we talked about cybersecurity. Now, cybersecurity is not just a question of safeguarding digital tools and digital infrastructure of the 21st century, but safeguarding the infrastructure achievements of our wealthy, developed societies from the 20th century, whether that's clean water or universal healthcare or public safety or rule of law, because those things too are under threat from cyber attacks. So cybersecurity needs to be brought to the top of the political agenda, in particular with two steps: establishing measurements and metrics that are universal and global, and making a commitment to investing, analogous to the shared commitments across NATO to spend 2% of GDP on defense. Second, we talked about digital infrastructure, a new kind of public good, like roads and energy, that covers not just the physical infrastructure of fiber optic cables, but also virtual infrastructures, identity, data sharing, privacy, transparency, and new domain-specific infrastructures that might not have existed a decade ago, such as sharing public health data globally in pandemics or building digital currencies that are issued by central banks. Now, third, the private sector also needs to offer and serve as a testbed for both the public sector needs to serve as a testbed for private sector innovation. Now, today, the Estonian government announced its digital testbed framework, and we heard that many other countries are working on similar initiatives. Some of the best practices they mentioned included failing fast and sharing those failures, using return on investment instead of cost efficiency as the deciding criterion when it comes to public funding, setting up GovTech labs where government can experiment on its own and with the private sector, and perhaps most importantly, updating our procurement rules so that they are friendly to startups. Overall, if we try and pull some of these ideas together, we should play to the real strength of our democratic market economies. We have dynamic, vibrant, independent private sector actors who want to invest capital and energy and their skills. But to do so, they need to have mutual trust and, at times, the support and the certainty and predictability that can only be provided by the public sector. As one example, we talked about the 3Cs initiative, launched in 2015 to drive infrastructure investments in the European region between the Baltic, the Adriatic, and the Black Seas. as a model for what regional connectivity partnerships might look like in other regions. Now, today already dozens of projects are in the pipeline of a 3Cs fund that is currently being raised. And maybe as an aside, I should say it sounds like it's a pretty good investment opportunity for institutional investors, so do contribute to the 3Cs fund. Together, all of these discussions and these ideas, both from the morning and the afternoon, flesh out what we could call a Tallinn consensus. We have a pretty rich list of ideas to work on, pretty rich list of action items to take with us, both to work on at home and to work on globally. In particular, I hope that when world leaders gather at the Summit for Democracy that's being convened by President Biden this year in December, the ideas of this Tallinn consensus on trusted connectivity are at the top of their agenda. So, we started today with some pessimism about the state of democracy in the world. Prime Minister Kaja Kallas mentioned that some are suggesting that within a few years, the GDP of autocracies may overtake that of democracies. I think, however, that everything we've been talking about today, and indeed the very challenges of digital disruption in the next century, actually play to the strengths of democracies. We have honest competition. We have honest competition, fair and free markets without corruption, capture, or undue political influence. And we've seen right now one particularly large autocracy destroying quite a lot of value in their own tech sector because they take a slightly different approach to regulation. We value creativity and people who maybe don't think along the mainstream, and we give them space to create their companies, to launch their ideas, and perhaps to turn those into, ultimately, new governing philosophies. We can be transparent and straightforward in our decision-making. And perhaps most importantly, today, we have an ability that I don't think autocracies have to coordinate globally, from New Zealand to Estonia. Because at the end of the day, we're all pursuing the same agenda at home. We're accountable in a similar way to our citizens, and that means we can talk openly and frankly about what we're trying to achieve and how to achieve it, and come to a consensus. So I'm pretty optimistic about the work we've done here today. I think you all owe yourselves a round of applause because we've gotten a lot done in the last 8 hours. And perhaps anticlimactically, I would finish with this, to reward you for all of this hard work and to give you some further inspiration for how we take the ideas of the Tallinn Consensus on Trusted Connectivity forward. There are cocktails waiting for you outside. So thank you again for coming to Tallinn and have a wonderful evening.